I'd like to call public session to order. And per SB 707, Board President Jennings and Trustee Velasquez are attending virtual for just cause. And I'll go ahead and pass it for roll call.
Board President Tom Jennings.
Here.
Board Vice President Veronica Miramontes.
Here.
Board Member Jeff Achita. Here. Board Member Dr. Betty Lusk. Here. Member Sarah Ostedal.
Here.
Member Malika Velasquez.
Here.
And Board Member Gabriel Sanders is absent.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll second.
We got a motion by Dr. Lusk and a second by Trustee Ofstadel. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item D, identify closed session topics of discussion. Closed session items. 2A, conference with labor negotiator Dr. Manuel Nunez, agency negotiator, California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and underrepresented employees. Item 2B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and complaint. Item 2C, public employee employment, Principal Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School. And item 2D, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent evaluation. Do we have any public comment for closed session items? See none in person. Do we have any online? None online, so I will go ahead and adjourn to closed session. I'd like to reconvene back into open session. And we will start with where am I at? Yeah, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If PK wouldn't mind leading us?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And then we'll do a report from closed session. So we do have one report. I move to approve the appointment of Susie Shin-ma as a principal at Martin Luther King Elementary School for the 2026-2027 school year.
I second.
Second by Dr. Lusk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Ms. Shin-ma is actually online. If
Wonderful.
we can unmute her and, yes, there she is. Okay, I'll take it away, please.
All right. Good evening, President Jennings, Board of Education, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and district leadership. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am truly honored to be appointed as the next principal of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School. I have had the privilege of serving students as a teacher for 13 years and an administrator for 12 years. Throughout my career, I have remained deeply committed to creating schools where all students feel valued, supported, and empowered to succeed. One of my greatest passions is serving multilingual communities and advocating for English learners. As a former English learner myself, I understand the challenges and opportunities that come with learning a new language. I am proud to have been reclassified as English proficient, and that experience has shaped my belief in the potential of our multilingual students. I'm committed to ensuring that students develop strong English proficiency and achieve academic success while also honoring and celebrating their cultures and home languages. I believe that multilingualism is a strength and an asset that enriches our entire school community. I look forward to partnering with students, staff, families, and the community to advance equity, narrow achievement gaps, foster a strong sense of belonging, and build a positive school culture where every student can thrive. Thank you for your confidence in me and for the opportunity to serve as principal. I am excited to begin this journey with you and MLK. I look forward to the work we will accomplish together.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to the continued relationship and partnership. We'll go ahead and move to item 5, public comments. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board, but not on this agenda item, may do so during the public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes, except public comment items 5A, 5B, and 5C, unless the time limit is extended by the vote of the Board of Education. Public comments on specific agenda items are heard under that item. Are there any public comments? And we'll start with student public comments. I'm looking online. I'll go ahead and move to requests for general public comments, in person or online. Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos. Como ya me conocen, me llamo Patricia. Esta vez vengo por una pequeña pregunta.
Good afternoon, everyone. You already know me. My name is Patricia, and I come here with a specific question.
Esta semana, por una compañera de la escuela que le quería mandar a una persona que trabaja en la escuela de Seaside High School, me di cuenta que está, no sé si despedida o transferida porque la muchacha no me quiere dar. Aquí está ella escuchando lo que yo. Y quisiera saber qué pasó con esa persona porque yo estaba preparándome con cosas para en septiembre, para el Día Patrio de septiembre en México. Y estoy haciendo algo grande, pero quería empezar. Y me dijo que no tenía caso que gastara mi tiempo y un poquito de dinero para hacer eso. El muchacho.
There was a person whom I was working with organizing the Patriotic Day of 16 de septiembre for September 16 in the school. ¿Cuál escuela?
En la Seaside High School.
In Seaside High School, and this person probably got hired or is no longer there, and somebody told me that it's not worth it to go on with the planning of the event because the other person who was going to be responsible on behalf of the school is no longer there.
Quisiera saber cuál es el proceso o por qué nosotros como papás no nos avisan o es algo que está cerrado al público, porque yo como mamá.
Okay, so me as a parent, I would like to know how to proceed. How are we gonna get informed of these things, and what's going on? Because it's important for me to know as a parent.
Para mí ha sido un soporte muy grande como mamá de un niño con educación especial y de un sobrino con educación especial también.
So this person who's no longer there has been a great support for me, especially because I have a special education student and another one with special needs. So this person was a great support to me, and I would like to know what happened, what's going on, and how to go on with helping with the planning of this event.
Quisiera ver a quién me dirijo para ver qué puedo hacer para que esa persona, si está en mis manos, que regrese a su puesto, porque yo como mamá he tenido mucho soporte. Ustedes saben por el gran problema que he pasado y que estoy todavía.
So as you know, I have been through a big problem, and I would like to see if there's a way that I can help or speak up for this person so they can come back, because I really want to see this person back. This person has been a great support to me and my children and my students.
Sí, porque siento que como yo apenas me estoy involucrando con la escuela, siento como que el cambio para mí va a decir, empezar con otra persona, yo no la conozco, no sé si nos podamos adaptar, y ya nos adaptamos, y de repente me están quitando a las personas para poder yo adaptarme, es algo que, ay, dices, Dios mío, no sabes si les caes bien o les caes mal. Por eso es la razón que estoy así.
So the main reason why I'm here is because I don't know what's going to happen. If there's a new person, I don't know if we're going to get along as well, and if we can plan together things as before. And I really would like this person back so that we can move on, because it was a surprise for me to know that they were not there, and I am kind of wondering how can I move on to planning with someone that we get along well with.
Ok, es todo, y si me podrían contestar o decirme a quién me dirijo, cómo puedo trabajar. Yo le mandé un mensaje de texto al director personalmente, él sabe lo que yo pienso, y yo les puedo enseñar el mensaje de texto que yo le regresé al director. Me sentí muy triste y quiero ver que hay una razón. Yo sé que no somos perfectos, pero quiero saber por qué es la razón que me lo están moviendo de esa área.
So I texted the director and the principal, and I didn't get an answer yet, and I was wondering if you can give me an answer or how to go on, to move on, because I really want to work with this person that I was used to working with.
Gracias. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to all.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria.
Y también estoy aquí con mi compañera, la preocupación es la misma. Yo no estoy muy segura cuál es su puesto, pero la persona de la que estamos hablando creo es la misma. Se llama el señor Hugo Solórzano. Él es el que es una parte fundamental de Seaside High School.
Yes, I'm here to speak about the same issue as my co-parent here, well, my other friend that is here. And I would like to know if Mr. Solorzano from Seaside High School can come back and to find out what's going on.
La verdad, yo no sé, yo siento un poquito de culpa, estoy preocupada porque yo no me había involucrado antes en reuniones y actualmente me he involucrado en muchas reuniones y yo siempre he acudido al señor Hugo Solórzano porque habla español, nos entiende y él sí creo que está sirviendo a la comunidad. Entonces yo no quisiera pensar que porque él sí se preocupa por la comunidad latina y porque está con nosotros dándonos las respuestas a las preguntas que tengamos, es que ustedes hayan tomado esa decisión de moverlo sin avisarnos a los papás o a los estudiantes, ya que él para nosotros de verdad es algo muy fundamental.
So Mr. Hugo Solórzano was really helping us in the Latin American community to communicate because of his Spanish skills, and we were working very happy with him. We were achieving things, and I am barely getting used to being a part of the community and helping in the organization of events and anything that can help our Spanish-speaking community. And I would love to know how can we get him back, or how can we know what's going on. So please, I'm seeking answers.
También pues quiero creer que no sea el caso, no lo sabemos hasta dónde ustedes nos pueden dar información o a los estudiantes mismos cómo saber cuando ya quitan a una persona que es miembro de la escuela, donde se ha ganado él solo la confianza de los padres de familia, de los estudiantes, algo bueno que es para crecer nuestra escuela, ser mejores estudiantes los niños, tener alguien que tenga confianza como para que de la noche a la mañana ya no va a estar. Y no solamente es él, también el señor Cannon. A pesar de que no habla mucho español, yo tengo mucha comunicación con el señor porque he visto que él se preocupa por los estudiantes, tenía proyectos muy bonitos para los estudiantes y saber que también ya se va a ir y es como que nos están haciendo lo mismo otra vez cuando querían correr a los de enlace comunitario y ahorita otra sorpresa, donde dijeron sí ayudaron de alguna manera y que te vuelvan a hacer lo mismo, se están contradiciendo. ¿Dónde está la claridad? ¿Dónde está eso que dicen que va a haber claridad de ver las cosas? ¿Dónde está?
So we really want clarity and transparency because not only Mr. Hugo, but also Mr. Cannon, who was also helping us in the Latin American community, was gone all of a sudden, just as Mr. Hugo. So we would like to know what's going on. Is kind of the same pattern that we have seen, and we in the Spanish-speaking community need somebody steady to work with us, and we believe it's not right that all of a sudden, without previous notice, these people are gone, just as when it happened with Enlace Comunitario, that we were surprised that program was gone. So we would like to have a steady stream of people, institutions who are supporting us so we can thrive in the schools.
Sí, no sé cuáles son los motivos, pero yo les pido como mamá de un niño con un IP y de un futuro niño que en el futuro va a venir, por favor, reconsideren lo que están haciendo, porque esas dos personas en esa escuela creo que pueden hacer muchos cambios. Ya empezaron a que nosotros, yo como mamá y otros papás, empezáramos a creer en ellos, en que sí le importa a nuestra comunidad. Y como que nos los quiten otra vez, es un retroceso para atrás. Por favor, reconsideren eso. Gracias.
And me as a parent with an IEP student and another coming up with probably the same needs, we really want somebody steady to to be there with us, and we want answers and reasons why this is happening, and so we can continue being parents who are more active in the community with staff that really support us and programs that really support us. So I really thank you very much for listening to me.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Erika Nava.
Good afternoon, my name is Erika Nava.
También vengo a hablar del mismo tema.
I also come to speak about the same subject.
No vienen más padres, más estudiantes, porque el cambio o el despido fue muy rápido.
So we didn't have more parents speaking up here because the change was all of a sudden, and we didn't have too much previous notice to have more people come in and speak up.
Pero quiero hacerles saber que para la siguiente junta van a tener más audiencia.
But I want to let you know that for the next meeting, you're going to have more people attending.
Porque a estas dos personas, no sé si sea por motivos personales de ellos mismos que hayan pedido,
Because we don't know if these two members of the staff are no longer there for their own personal reasons,
pero estas dos personas son una clave muy importante en los cambios positivos que ha habido en la Seaside High School.
but these two members of the staff were key to the great changes that we were seeing in the Seaside High School.
El señor Cannon, él les da una gran bienvenida a los estudiantes que vienen de otros países.
Mr. Cannon is also greeting very warmly to all students who come from other countries.
Y para los estudiantes de aquí, yo se los digo con mi hijo, tienen una conexión, ese maestro, de empoderarlos y que crean en ellos.
So Mr. Cannon has a great ability to empower them and to make them believe in themselves. And that's something very positive that we were looking forward to.
Y el señor Hugo Solórzano nos ha entendido a los padres, porque él viene de padres como yo.
And Mr. Hugo Solórzano understands us parents because he also comes from parents just like me.
Y él como hijo también de inmigrantes, entiende perfectamente a nuestros hijos, a nuestra comunidad.
So he, as a child of immigrant parents, he understands us and he understands our students, our children in our community.
Porque él ha estado con las padres de familia aún cuando no es su tiempo de estar en la escuela. Él está, cuando tú lo buscas, él está para nosotros.
And he's always there for us, even if it's outside of the school's hours. He's always there for us.
Él no solo trabaja por lo económico, él trabaja desde su corazón.
He doesn't work for the financial reasons and income. He works from deep feelings from his heart.
Y él está siempre queriendo que nuestros niños sean mejores. O sea, él no ve a nuestros niños en cualquier trabajo. Él siempre los ha empujado para desde lo más mal que están los niños, estar en lo mejor.
And he always empowers and motivates our students to be the best they can be with all their potential. And he has a great ability to encourage both students and parents.
Sé que siempre va a haber cambios y nos es difícil los cambios para nosotros, para los niños, pero si hay alguna posibilidad de que ellos se quedaran, por favor, considérenlo.
So I know there's always have to be some changes. There's things that have to be modified sometimes, but please, for the sake of people like us who are having a difficult time when change happens, please consider getting these staff members back on their positions.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, and I have a few questions for the board due to the removal of the two staff members. One, why are you removing them? That's one of my questions.
We won't be able to answer you at this time, but we can follow up with you after. But you can ask your questions and we'll take them down and then we'll make sure we follow up with you.
Okay. So that was my first question. Another one. What was the reason for the removal, and also what benefits was it needed to remove those staff members? That's all.
Any more public comments in person or online? We will move to item 5C, public agency communication. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 6, presentations, recognitions, military liaisons, superintendent's report, and upcoming events. So item 6A, status report from the military liaison.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice President Velasquez, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and esteemed board members. Thank you for this opportunity to report on the happenings in the military world. And we're going to begin with Radha Naidu, who is from Presidio of Monterey, and she'll be giving the military report from the Army perspective.
Good evening, Vice President, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Radha Naidu, and I am Army Child and Youth Program Specialist with Presidio of Monterey. And I have a couple of updates. Ms. Blanca Felix Guerrero, who was our school liaison officer, she has been promoted into another position. She is our Child and Youth Child Development Center Director now. And we have not filled the school liaison position right now. The plan is to fill the position around in October. So in the meantime, we have delegated duties to some of the positions within our program, and I will be representing in the board meeting for the time being until we get another person on board for the school liaison program. I have a couple of updates. Since we don't have a designated school liaison, Mr. Jay from the Navy side has been assisting us a lot. However, we were able to assist about 15 families in regards to communication with the PCS, the moving season going on, in terms of transitions and getting connected with the schools. I also have some update on upcoming Child and Youth Services events that's going on. Actually, at our Porter Youth Center, we started our summer camp yesterday, and we are providing full day care with the recreational and educational activities for children from TK, kindergartners, school ages to middle school and teen. This year's theme for the summer programming is California Dreamings, and our staff has planned a lot of fun activities for all the school age children, with programming for journeying across the Golden State from sunny beaches to farm to table, themes like the national parks. And so each week we have different themes going on, which we coordinate with field trips, activities, cooking projects, so the children will be having lots of fun in their summer programmings. We also have our Back to School Bash at Porter Youth Center scheduled for 4th of August, and that is from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. This is our way of wrapping up our summer programming, and then during our back to school bash, we also give away lots of school supplies to our military families as well. And this is open to all the military families, not only the children that come to our program. So we put marketing out where the parents can come and collect school supplies for the children. And lastly, we have on 21st of August, we have our Parent Involvement Board meeting at Porter Youth Center. And this will give parents an opportunity to come and join us to be able to provide answers to any questions that they have. And this board meeting is being paired with an educational presentation with our CYS trainers, where they will be covering about the curriculum that we use at our CDC and our school age program. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Go Army. All right, thank you. So this is the Naval Support Activity Monterey report for this week. First of all, in terms of direct connections and communications with our military families, this is our transition period where Naval Postgraduate School is graduating, and we're going to have a couple of new classes coming through for our military members. And so we're getting a lot of calls and contacts related to enrollment and registration here at MPUSD. So we've been able to support 40 families in those transitions. Quite an amount to have to work with, and those contacts include probably 5 to 6 interactions, emails, phone calls, in-person meetings. So we're there to support the mission and support our military families as they come here. I want to say that I was very, very proud to represent NSAM at the open houses, doing our promotion of our programs and things like that. In May, I attended Seaside Middle School, was able to connect with 55 families. The 14th of May at our Priority 1 school, La Mesa, 161 contacts, excellent. And then the 18th of May, Marshall, another one of our Priority 1 schools, 131 connections. So overall, very, very successful open house, not just for the schools because the activities were fantastic. The tone and the mood of the parents was rewarding and very, very, what would I say, very, very appealing, okay? And then able to also attend the promotion and recommitment ceremonies at George C. Marshall and La Mesa, and I have to give it to Robin over at Marshall and Julie at La Mesa and all their staff and families and the students for great, great presentations and great, great ceremonies. Upcoming events for NSA Monterey, like the Army, we have our own youth programs that we're running in our summer camp. Our summer camp, the theme is Rewind Through the Decades, beginning with the 60s and going all the way through today. Weekly, the students are engaged in activities related to those decades, from the music to the culture to the news and events and activities. So learning a lot about going through the decades, but also about life in general. All right. Upcoming also, we have 2 CYP Parent Education Information Series events. On the 26th of June, we have a presentation focusing on PCS transitions and military children. This presentation highlights the challenges military children face during PCS moves and offers strategies and resources to support their academic, social, and emotional transitions. On the 17th of July, our second CYP Parent Education Series for the summer is a back-to-school presentation providing essential information on being prepared and getting ready for the upcoming school year. That, after that presentation, we'll also have a school supply giveaway to make sure that our families and our students are well prepared and confident going into the new school year. Well, this concludes the military liaison reports. Pending any questions? No questions. Fair winds and following seas then for you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to item 6B, Superintendent Report and upcoming events.
All right. Thank you very much. Be quick on the report tonight. Wanted to recognize that based on the board's resolution, we are celebrating Pride Pride Month, honoring the voices, identities, and contributions of our LGBTQ plus community. Next slide, please. And everyone is invited to join MPUSD at the Monterey Pride Parade. It's June 27th. It starts at 11 a.m. We will be gathering, and we have some T-shirts this year, as well as a banner. Last year we had some students from some of our different clubs come, as well as staff and the community, and it was a great time to celebrate Pride. So please join us if you're able to. Also wanted to mention that this Saturday is the celebration of Juneteenth at the Laguna Grande Park in Seaside. And so we're hoping that you will come out and celebrate Juneteenth, and you'll see later on the agenda is a resolution honoring Juneteenth, proclaiming Juneteenth as well. But wanted to make sure everyone was aware of this as well, and MPUSD will be there, and we hope that you'll join us as well. And that's my quick report for this evening.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 7, conference discussion and action. 7A, public hearing regarding the district's 2026-2027 July 1 budget and 2026-2027 local control accountability plan, access and excess reserves.
Thank you very much for opening the public hearing. We'll have a brief presentation, both by Mr. Altemeyer and then Ms. McFadden and Ms. McIntosh, who's joining us online. So go ahead, Mr. Altemeyer.
Okay, thank you. This evening, we're actually going to start, so there's 2 presentations to go over this evening. We're going to start first with the Local Control Accountability Plan. So Ms. McFadden and Ms. McIntosh will review them, and after I'll go through the July 1 adopted budget.
Thank you so much. While the presentation comes up, I know Ms. McIntosh is online, and so I'm going to open this up, and then she's going to take over the goals, and then I'll wrap us back up. So as you know, the LCAP is part of the budgeting process, and many of you may know, or maybe some of you don't, the LCAP has been around since the 2013-2014 school year, so that's many school years, as it seems. But basically, this LCAP that we're doing for 26-27, we are ending. It goes every 3 years. So we're entering the 3rd year of this end of cycle, and then we start all over again with a 3-year plan. So just to give you a little feedback or information on that. And as many of you know, the LCAP is a plan that supports specifically our English language learners, our socially economically disadvantaged students, and students that are experiencing homelessness, our foster youth. And so that's basically what the LCAP is. And as you know, I will go over, or Ms. McIntosh will go over the 5 goals we have. It also comes with how do we measure those goals. And then as part of that, a big piece of it is the stakeholder engagement, which you all participated in at our board meeting in April, I believe. But in addition to that stakeholder engagement, we have the LCAP task force that meets regularly with Ms. McIntosh and myself to go over the LCAP and to go over metrics and so forth. We also work with our school site leaders that engage their school site community as part of their ELACs and their school site councils, and then the superintendent goes out and engages with students at the school site level. We also engaged with our 2 union partners, MBTA and CSEA, and then we also sent out a survey. So that is the student engagement piece, and then you'll see throughout the LCAP, which is about 150 plus pages, the various actions, services, and expenditures that go with it. But Ms. McIntosh will go over each goal with a user-friendly companion guide that makes it easy to follow. So with that, I know she's online, and then I believe the next slide. Oh, actually, I have one more slide that I'm supposed to go over. I apologize. If we go to the next slide. So during the whole engagement process, which was about a couple months, I'm not going to read all this to you, but you can see the high level overarching themes of what educational partners told us. I won't read them all again, but you can see it's college, career, real-world learning, the support for our strong literacy and early intervention with literacy, initiatives that support English language learners, STEM, social and emotional support, and social wellness is a huge one. And then on the other side, it will show you how we responded and how you see those investments play out in our LCAP. But again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because when Ms. McIntosh goes over each goal, she'll kind of give you high notes of what we're investing the money in. Next slide.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Thank you for the opportunity to join virtually. So our first goal, which is about preparing students for college and career, we have a planned expenditure or an investment of $10,699,965.41. And what and I'll go through those goals, but the metrics that were used or that we're asked to use to evaluate the impact of this goal are both on the dashboards. We look at our college and career rates, we look at our graduation rates, we look at our ELA and math outcomes overall, we look at how many students are UC CSU prepared, how many students also are engaged in CTE coursework, and amongst other required metrics. So overall, what we did find when we went through an analysis, both from our community and we got feedback from our community and our task force, as well as our data analysis, we found that we had made and continue to make specific growth around those areas. So we are going to continue to invest in our CTE, our staffing to strengthen our college and career work. We're also investing significantly in investing in our academic and career and college pathways. So that looks like supporting our CTE instructors, our ROP operating budget, our college and career specialists, as well as others to support that work. We're also continuing to invest deeply in enhancing the college and career supports and campus supports for our alternative education setting. We know that it's incredibly valuable that regardless of where our students are, that they are continuing to get the opportunities that they need to be successful in college and or career, and that they're able to graduate successfully from high school. And so that program is added there. We're also investing and continuing to invest based on feedback, our visual and performing arts program across the district. And obviously we've been awarded nationally for our work in visual and performing arts. And so we're continuing to provide those expanded opportunities for students. And then we're looking at continuing to invest based on feedback, and especially our students shared a lot of information around this and feedback around athletics, activities, and opportunities that encourage our students to remain engaged and involved. We know that when our students want to be in school and they have opportunities to do the things that they want to do, that then by being in school, they learn more. So we're continuing to expand there. And then our training for educators. So we believe if we provide high quality professional development, supports, opportunities, as well as training, new teacher training, as well as our ALDR residency, that will continue to maintain the highest quality education for our students in our district. So that is goal one. And overall, that's the amount that we're looking at investing based on feedback from our community and our data analysis. The next goal is our third grade reading goal. So looking at making sure that our students are proficient in reading by third grade, and the impact of that allows us to be able to invest in specific strategies and moves in our district based on feedback. And we're investing a little under $2 million to support that work. And so the key actions and services that we're investing in around that work is to continue to support a foundational support for reading and early academic growth. And those include our English language arts professional development, our curriculum, our support for our incoming kindergarten students, as well as supporting our early learning assistant and our library assistants. We also are investing in strengthening our response to intervention for our learning for our students. So that is investing significantly in our early accelerated learning specialists, excuse me, there's so many acronyms, accelerated learning specialists who provide really targeted support specifically in language arts to support our students' growth. All right. Goal 3. So this is redesignated our English language learners. We know that the opportunities that we can provide when our students are redesignated sets them up for a career and college success. And so in addition to our support with Title III funding, our federal funding, we're investing about $1.8 million here. And essentially this is supporting our newcomers and family engagement, which is they're a large and really important population in our schools. And so we're investing our LCAP resources there based on feedback and supporting our English language, long-term English language learners to be reclassified. And so that investment is there, whether it's supporting with trained and leadership, the trained support in the classroom, as well as specific supplemental supports in our curriculum to support our language learners. And then goal 4 is our math and science, looking at increasing proficiency in 5th and 8th grade on the CASP assessment. And so we're investing a little under $600,000, particularly to support. The one note that I'll make here about this investment, and I've shared this before, but just as a reminder, because this is a very focused goal, looking at 5th and 8th grade mathematics, the support that we're providing for middle school to elementary primary grades in mathematics goes into this goal, but anything like high school or above in mathematics, which we do invest in, ends up being under goal 1. So that's the part of the reason why you see that. But the 3 strategies that we're continuing to focus on and zero in on is making sure that we're providing the best, highest quality experience, rigorous experience in mathematics and science through materials and instructional materials, continuing to support the professional development and training to support our STEM and academic support in our early and middle grades, and then providing a hands-on real-world science application for our students as they transition into middle school. They get the opportunity to extend a high-quality science and camp that expands and enriches their opportunity to apply what they've learned across their elementary experience. And then last but not least, certainly not least, and a very important goal is our multi-tiered systems of support and school climate and to support transparency and community engagement. And we're spending just a little bit, and it's a very robust goal, so we are spending just a little bit over $10 million on that particular goal. And that those goals and strategies are looking at ensuring that we're providing comprehensive mental health support system across all of our grade levels, that we're dedicating support for students experiencing homelessness and foster youth, which is an incredibly important endeavor, strengthening our prevention, attendance, and tiered interventions and support. And what we've found through this work, and we've been acknowledged again, is by decreasing chronic absenteeism and increasing our attendance and students attending more, our students academically do better. And so that's been a huge contributor to some of our improved outcomes. Investing in student wellness through community and mental health partnerships for our students based on feedback that we have received from our community, strengthening on-campus mental health support for students, and investing in health, safety, attendance, and expanded learning access for our students. We also, and Marcy can attest to this, I apologize, but we've really looked at trying to ensure that we continue to communicate with transparency and translated and just open around making sure that our families and our community understand what's going on and they're communicated with frequently. And that continues to be a key investment in this strategy.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take it last couple slides and wrap this up. And the next slide, it just shows you what the overall LCAP investment is, and it's about $25 million, and it's only about, not only about, it represents 13% of MPUSD's overall budget. And you see below the overall budget with Mr. Altemeyer is going to talk to you about is $193,458,561. And then the total expenditures, I had a typo there and I apologize, is $242,266,050. So now I will pause if you have any questions, or actually no, there's one more slide, I apologize. Okay, the next steps, today's public hearing, and then following public hearing, there's a 2-week period of written comments. So the LCAP stays on our website. I pushed it out via Parent Square, and it's also on our social media, and we'll push it out again about soliciting written comment between now and the public adoption, the final adoption on the 23rd. And then any of that, we take under consideration and edit or update the LCAP as necessary. And then the LCAP also is simultaneously going to the Monterey County Office of Education, and then we get sign off from them. So I will turn it over to Mr. Altmeyer, and then we can take questions, I believe, at the end.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to go over the larger budget. So as Ms. McFadden mentioned, the LCAP Local Control Accountability Plan is just a subset of the total overall district's budget. And so now we're going to take a look at the entire district's budget. So just as a kind of a reminder, we're always in this cycle. We just had the May revise. Now we're in June. We're having the budget and LCAP reviewed by the board, and then this will come back to you at the next board meeting for your review and approval. Next slide. Go ahead to the next slide. We're going to talk a little bit, just briefly, about the state of California and the economy. So this information that we've received from the May revision from the governor. I'm not going to go over everything in this slide here, but just to outline that there are still some issues that are outstanding for the state of California, the overall budget, things that are happening at the federal level that are impacting our budget here in the state, which ultimately will impact us. And then even though the state has additional revenues and strong revenues, the state is still in a position of a structural deficit. So it means that they do predict that the revenues will not keep pace with the expenditures that they have in future years. Next slide. For the COLA, the statutory COLA, the cost of living adjustment, the state or the governor did revise that in his May revision. So as a planning factor when we started the year in 25-26, we had an estimated budget, or we budgeted about 3.02% for cost of living adjustment. In the January budget proposal, we were told it was going to be about 2.41%, but the actual COLA came in at 2.87%. That's not the full picture, but that is what the statutory COLA is for 26-27. Next slide. Because the state revenues did come in higher than anticipated, what the state can do and the governor can do is augment the statutory COLA. So even though what's required by law is at 2.87%, because of the revenues came in higher, there is what the governor's calling a super COLA or an augmented COLA. So they're taking the base 2.87% statutory COLA and adding an additional 1.44% to that. So the overall cost of living adjustment for 26-27 is 4.31%. This is not uncommon. It's happening years past. But what is uncommon, and that's not been past practice, is to give us that additional COLA, but then tie it to a mandate of increased costs. In this particular case, it came with the requirement that we set that money aside, the most of that funding aside, to compensate for the paid pregnancy disability leave, which is a new requirement for school districts to have to fund. And so that is an important piece of context. While it did increase our funding, it came with an additional cost associated with that. Next slide. This just outlines what those LCFF funding factors are, so you can take a look at this is what the state provides as the funding factors for those particular grade spans. So you can see what the 25-26 base rates were there first, and then the adjustments that are made with the statutory COLA, the additional LCFF investment of the 1.44, and then what those base grants are, and then with the adjusted base grants per ADA, then with the supplemental and concentration. Okay, now we're going to take a look at the district's budget. So as I mentioned earlier, there are some assumptions that we're going to make. We do have some of the items baked in from the governor's May budget proposal, but not everything, and I'll go over that. So what we have included, the assumptions that you're going to see this evening in the budget, we did include the 2.87% COLA, that was the statutory COLA, and we did include increased special education funding that the governor had placed in the budget, which is much welcome. And I'm going to go over some statistics on special education in a later slide. We are projecting that we'll have an enrollment of about 9,133 students, and we'll have a funded ADA of 8,816 students. What that means is that we're not funded on every student that we have enrolled. We're only funded on the percentage of the students who attend every day, which is called average daily attendance. We are including increased special education funding, as I mentioned. $2.53 million in a special education contribution. So again, the money that we receive from the federal government and from the state is never enough to cover the full costs of special education. So we are anticipating, even with that additional funding, contributing about $25.3 million. And it does include negotiated salary and benefits for CSEA and MBTA for 25-26. And briefly, I'll just point out that it does also assume that there will be $3 million in reductions identified starting in 27-28, and then it does include all the previous approved board reductions, or reductions approved by the board. Next slide. So what's not in the budget? There are some one-time budgeted items from the May revision that we haven't included. Reductions to existing program funding, if there is any, deferrals, and then we did not include the additional 1.44% COLA. And I'll show you what that looks like. So you're going to see all of the multi-year projections and all of the information I'm sharing with you does not have that 1.44% COLA, but I will show you that on a separate multi-year. The reason I didn't include it in the adopted budget is while the May revision comes, that first couple of weeks in May, it seems like enough time for us to get it in. It's not really, because we've already started developing the budget, and we're pretty much wrapped up by the time the governor's May budget proposal comes out. So if there's anything that's in that budget that we're uncertain about, or we're told, hey, could be taken out as the state continues to negotiate, we don't include it. So we felt very comfortable that the 2.87% would have been included, but there was still some question about that 1.44%, so we did not include it. However, this will be brought back to the board for a 45-day budget revision, and in which time that will be included if it makes it into the final state budget. But this also does not include any negotiated raises for the bargaining units for 26-27. And then any other state funding changes is resulting from the adoption of the final state and federal budget. Next slide. So just outlining some of the budget challenges that you'll see when you're looking at the budget details. But we are declining enrollment, so we have less students year over year generating funding. We have natural cost increase year over year between, I would say they're 3.5%. And what I mean by that is every year, without doing anything, there are increased costs to the district. Those things are like step and column. Individuals move on the salary schedule year over year, so those are built in cost increase. Increased costs for goods and services, I think we're all very aware of that. Increased costs for utilities, and then for the retirement system, for PERS in particular, there are increased costs. And then in addition, because we have received significant one-time investments and we can still continue to get some of those through the budgets, we have to adhere to making sure that we have a plan to spend down those one-time funds, but then also a plan to what happens after those one-time funds expire. Go back to the previous slide, please. Okay, so the costs for special education, as I mentioned, continue to rise, and the funding that we're getting is just not keeping pace. Our projected contribution for 26-27 is about $25.3 million. This chart here is not MPUSD data. This School Services of California was able to publish this, and because this is a trend across the state, they're showing this as a trend through the state of California. And the thing that it illustrates is that you can see really there kind of on the second part where it talks about students with disabilities. As you look at year over year from 18-19, you can see that, yes, the population of students with disabilities has increased from 18-19 to 24-25, but the cost per pupil is also increasing disproportionately to that. So there are more students who are identified, those are increased costs, but in addition to that, the cost of providing those services has gone up drastically. Again, that's a trend throughout the state. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to take a look at the district's actual financials for 26-27. So in 26-27, total district budget for all of the funds is projected to be a revenue of $241 million. And then we're going to dive down a little bit deeper into just the district's general fund, but this gives you an idea of all the revenues for all funds. Next slide. Our projected expenditures for 26-27, looking at all funds, is about $242.3 million. So you'll notice there that there's a slight deficit there that's projected. Next slide. If we're looking at just the district's general fund revenues for 26-27, that's coming in at about $194.7 million. And that's across federal, state, and LCFF sources. Next slide. Our projected expenditures out of the district's general fund, restricted and unrestricted, is about $195.4 million. Again, just to illustrate, where for every dollar the district receives, over 80% of that goes back into people. It's paying for teachers, classified staff, and just as it illustrates that for every dollar, you can see where it goes. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the multi-year projections. And so I just wanted to set the stage for what the multi-year projections are. They're calculations. They're based on industry standard economics, things that we know about. They're based on estimates, and they're reflections of decisions that have already been made. What's not in there is it's not a prediction or forecast into the future, because those things, there's still lots of things that can happen. It's not a crystal ball. We're uncertain of things that can happen in the future. And again, when we're looking at multi-year projections, we know they're wrong from the moment we put them in paper because things have already changed. Next slide. So we're looking at the unrestricted. We'll start with the unrestricted. So we're looking at the district's multi-year projections for unrestricted. You can see there that we are projecting a deficit in the current year of about $3.5 million. And then if you look into 27-28, that drops down to about 0.85. But as I mentioned before, that's including reductions of around $3 million to be identified in 27-28. And then going out to 28-29, there's a small deficit of about $500,000. This is good news. A lot of that is because of the increased revenue that we've received and some of the increased revenue to offset some of the special education costs. Next slide. Looking at the restricted side, you'll see that we have slightly increased to the ending fund balance, and that's primarily because we have some one-time dollars that are coming in. But we plan to spend those down, making sure that we're meeting all those deadlines. And you can see we are projecting about a $2.5 million shortfall in 27-28 and about a $1.7 million shortfall in 28-29. So when you combine those two together, this year we're projected to have our deficit spending to be less than $1 million, about $700,000 for the current fiscal year. Going into 27-28, with the $3 million in reductions identified, we anticipate we still will have around a $3.3 million deficit, and then out to 28-29, a $2 million deficit. Next slide. I just wanted to illustrate, just like the state, they're in a structural deficit, which means that their revenues year over year are not keeping pace with their expenditures. Our budget is in a similar situation. But I will show you a different multi-year scenario that does include the Super COLA here, just a slide or two. Next slide. Here it is, actually the next slide. So this is a planning document that we use internally as we're looking at the budgets, and we update these all of the time as for when we have new information. So this does include the Super COLA that's been outlined in the governor's budget proposal. You can see that in the out years in 27-28, 28-29, we're not projecting a deficit at all when you factor in the 1.44%. Now, keep in mind that, again, these are just projections, these are guesses, and this does not include any negotiated settlement agreements with any bargaining unit going forward. So obviously that will have a fiscal impact. That's not accounted for here because we haven't agreed upon anything at this moment, but just keep that in mind that this does not include any potential increase in salary or health and welfare for bargaining unit members. And then lastly, the other thing that it does not include as far as the expenditures, we do have some one-time dollars that I mentioned, but we do have items that are ongoing costs that are funded with those one-time dollars. And so you can see we have some psychologists that are funded out of there, about $936,000, close to $1 million. AB 218 assessments, if you recall, this is because of increased litigation that's happening. Insurance providers that we were covered under in the past have started to assess us for past claims, not necessarily related to the district. In fact, those aren't related to the district at all, but as part of that pool, we're required to pay an assessment if the pool itself experiences losses during any particular year. We've been funding that out of one time, and that $735,000 isn't the dollar amount. I don't know what the assessment is. That's just what the last assessment was. It could be higher than that. It could be low, right? I don't know at this point. We do have some multi-year adoptions for professional development that for about $500,000 that will be ongoing. And then we have some other positions funded out of one-time funding of about 363. So you can see out of that, there's about $2.5 million of expenditures that are out of one-time that we don't currently have in, that you're not in that multi-year projection because they're not being funded out of the general fund in that way. But as you can see, if we kept everything there, that it would come back into the general fund, that would increase our expenditures by about $2.5 million. The local reserve cap, I'll just spend a moment bringing you back up to speed on this. So as part of the Prop 98 rainy day fund, the state is required to make deposits, mandatory deposits into the rainy day fund. The state has a rainy day fund, but Proposition 98 also has a rainy day fund. And part of the process there is if the state rainy day fund for Prop 98 is above a certain threshold, it triggers a reserve cap at the local school district level, which means our reserve level cannot exceed 10%. Now, 10% seems like a lot. It's not really when you consider the things that happen, the overall district budget. 10% wouldn't take us very far if that's all the money that we had in reserves. So there is a mechanism in which we can go over 10% on those reserves as long as we've identified what that would be spent on, and I'll outline that in the next slide. But a part of this, the board will review and adopt a resolution outlining the excess reserves when you approve the final budget. Next slide. So as I showed earlier, we show an ending fund balance projected to be about $25 or $26 million. The 10% cap for that would be about $19.5 million. So above the 10% cap is about 6.391%. So as I mentioned, we have some significant deficit spending when you factor in the spend down of the one-time plus what's already projected in the budget. So we're committing those dollars, the money that we're over the 10%, to cover that deficit that we project in the future years. Okay, so next up, as I mentioned, June 23rd will be the budget adoption review by the board. July 1, we'll start the new fiscal year. And then we will be bringing back a 45-day district budget revision that will encompass the changes that will be made that will be incorporated into the state final budget. And then we'll review 25-26, the current fiscal year. We'll review that, the unaudited actuals in September. Okay, thank you. I know there was a lot of information, but we're ready for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Altemeyer. Any questions from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Actually, it's not a question, but a comment that after seeing the reclassification the other day and the amount of students coming through that was so encouraging. It was just heartful to see all the young people being reclassified, so that's money well spent that we're doing. Where does Proposition 98 and you know, I'm not really attuned to I hear, you know, what politicians are saying, but how we don't actually get the full amount of money that is in law? Is that what?
Yes, you're hitting on a sore point, but Proposition 98 is a constitutional guarantee for educational funding. And so the governor has been making some, he's been playing with that funding formula. So there's a formula that goes into what Proposition 98 guarantee is for any particular fiscal year. And there's ways that if the state cannot pay for the Proposition 98 guarantee, which has happened in the past where the commitment for Proposition 98 is exceeding what the state has available to it, there's a mechanism for them to withhold it or suspend Prop 98, but then repay that money at a later time. The governor is doing some things, some maneuvers where it would not necessarily mean that they're not going to fully fund Proposition 98 in a way that would not make us eligible to receive that funding for the future. So that's baked into the May revision. It was baked into the January budget proposal. I'm not sure how all that will land.
So obviously a new governor can move things in a different, I'm throwing out some stuff out there, but a new governor that looks at the law and what the people voted on, I think is important, that I think as a school district, that we get behind of that push, so. Okay, no question, but just a comment. Thank you. And it was a great report from your crew and Ms. McIntosh and Ms. McFadden, and a lot of information. But I think that one biggest thing of the reclassification, there were over 100 kids, I think, 100 students that had put the time in, and to see their hard work and to see the pride in the families that were there was very heartwarming. So thank you.
I see Trustee Velasquez online. If you can go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me? Okay. So my question is, I know that, and this is probably a question concerning the 7-Eleven committee, but I know that we have surplus property. Are we considering selling any of that property to possibly assist with our deficit?
I can answer the second part of that. So the 7-Eleven committee is reviewing potential for surplus property that may be sold. That could be one of the outcomes. But when property is surplus, it cannot be used for district general fund expenses. It has to be used for capital improvements or investments or other land acquisition. So it could not go back directly to support the district's general fund.
Okay, can I do a follow-up question to that then? Because it couldn't be, would that then free up money that would have been used for that purpose to then be used for general spending? Because of that, like if we did sell a surplus property, that would, I don't know, well, I shouldn't say I don't know, but that would be used specifically for acquiring other properties. And then if we had any, I guess, plans to do so, then that money could be moved back over to the general fund. I don't know if I'm explaining that.
Yes, I think you're
correctly,
referring
but
to an offset. If we had a general
yes,
fund expenditure,
thank you. That's the word.
yes, if we had a general fund expenditure that we were planning to do something like that with, a capital improvement, another land acquisition, we absolutely could use that funding from a surplus property sale to cover it. However, we don't have anything in our budget for
Right
that
now.
because we do have a facility bond that pays for those sorts of expenses.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Velasquez. Any other board comments or questions regarding the LCAP or budget? Yes, Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, Vice President. I just really want to commend the staff for the excellent job in creating our plan for success for our students as we look at the 8 standards that truly are prioritized in our LCAP. Staff has done an outstanding job in involving the community in the process of really reviewing and providing the opportunity for parent and community member input. The last session at CSAT High School gave our parents and community the opportunity to really speak to specific areas that we are addressing, and so commendations to you, Associate Superintendent McIntosh and McFadden, for the excellent job there. I also want to mention that I appreciate the fact that the budget process is so clearly defined. It's kind of an easy read for our community members because of the details that you have outlined in each of the presentations before now, and the fact that we will be returning for the budget adoption on June 23rd. And is there an opportunity, I'm looking at the next steps, so is there an opportunity for community to really have final input on the budget? I know the LCAP is there, you know, that opportunity is there for the LCAP, but for the budget itself.
So I would say that there's still opportunity for comments. However, large wholesale changes to any budget at this point would be difficult because it's already set. But it doesn't mean the budget's a living document. So even though a budget is adopted by July 1, it doesn't mean that things don't change throughout the year and the priorities are adjusted.
Thank you that you've mentioned that it's a living document, I know that we have, as a board, have the responsibility to adopt so that at the last board meeting, so that it can move forward to the county. But there are a few gurus out there from a budget perspective that have asked questions specifically, and I'm asking the question tonight so that they can hear publicly that if they have concerns, they need to reach out to you, and I express those, although it's kind of a fixed document at this point.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment in regards to the LCAP and the budget tonight? Please come on up.
Una pregunta sobre la pregunta que la
So one
señor-
question on the
es-
question that she just asked.
Ajá. Es para la persona. ¿Cuándo es el momento adecuado? Porque le preguntó al señor que cuándo era el momento adecuado para entrar en votos o para saber en qué momento podemos votar o nada más ustedes hacen las decisiones.
So what, if there is a time for us when vote is in place, if regarding what Mr. Daniel said about having to vote, is there opportunities for us to vote too, or is it only for you guys?
Yeah, we're not going to answer questions at this time, so you can continue to ask the questions and we can get back to you at
Okay.
another date.
Ahora mismo nos va a contestar, que siga preguntando y después le van a dar la contestación cuando vaya a investigar.
Ok, la pregunta es, ¿en qué momento como
What
padres,
moment, how
como padres que
we
estamos viniendo aquí
our parents that we are attending here today,
y yo he estado aprendiendo y la señora aquí presente está en el mismo punto que queremos saber cuándo es el momento para votar, para encontrar el momento, porque el señor dijo, no, ahorita no podemos cambiar, no se
So,
puede.
because my question is, as she just highlight, when is the moment, since Mr. Daniel just said there is no changing to be made at this time, they're possible to be made. So what would be the moment to have those questions heard?
Para cambiar lo que queremos cambiar en
To
estas
change what we
cuestiones.
need to change,
En este momento no se puede,
and these moments we cannot.
pero a ustedes nos pueden decir a nosotros como papás que estamos viniendo y estoy aprendiendo, en qué momento me pueden ayudar a decir, ok, es el momento que puede el público avanzar, porque aquí la señora tiene muchas preguntas, pero no podemos votar ni podemos porque se cierra, muy rápido se cierra. ¿Cuándo es el momento? ¿En qué año? ¿En qué mes? ¿En qué día?
So I would like to know exactly at what time, what month, what day, what year are we actually able to ask questions or maybe vote? Because I know the lady just here had lots of questions, and it's been said that they will not get answer right now. So for us as parents participating to these events, when is the time for us to vote or speak?
Quiero aprender. Y voy
I
a
would like to
aprender.
know, since I'm still learning about this.
Y traigo todos los papeles de las board meeting que he estado viendo. So sé de qué están hablando. Cada papel yo lo tengo.
So, and I'm very aware what you're talking about because I've been saving all the documentation of the other committee, so the other sessions. So I do have everything.
Como dicen, las palabras se las lleva el viento en español, pero los papeles hablan más que 1000 palabras.
So as in Spanish we say, words are taken by the wind, but paper is what it lasts forever.
So, quisiera que me ayudaran,
So I would like your help
porque yo estoy muy de acuerdo con ella en muchas cosas,
because I agree very much in what she just said.
pero para sentarme a hablar con ella necesito tener un intérprete muy fuerte para poder tener buena comunicación con ella.
But in order for me to talk to her or to have a conversation with her, I will need the help of interpretation, of course.
So, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Hola otra vez. Yo solamente tengo un comentario, ya sé que no se pueden contestar preguntas ahorita, pero me gustaría tal vez, yo apenas estoy aprendiendo y créanme que estoy aprendiendo mucho de ustedes y sé que son decisiones muy difíciles, pero también estoy aprendiendo que la comunidad latina, mamás como yo, estamos tratando de aprender todo esto y de que buscar la manera de si nos pueden escuchar, porque es difícil su trabajo y es difícil como nosotras tener trabajos y estar al tanto de las escuelas, pero estamos aprendiendo poquito a poquito y ojalá que nos tomen en cuenta y nos puedan mandar de alguna manera alguna opinión o algo, una encuesta donde nosotros podamos votar, ya que estamos hablando de nuestros hijos.
Yes, and hi again. I'm here. I know you're not going to answer my question right now, but I'd like to say one more time. I'm here as a parent. I'm getting to know you guys and your work. I know what you do is very difficult, and the decision-making process is very complicated. But just right now, I'm trying to understand, together with the rest, as a mother, what's going on. So I would like for you to take into account our community, our voices, and in order for us to know and to have an interact with you guys, we maybe could use some kind of survey, some other time of communication in which we could express what we need or what we think, because we might understand, obviously not all, because we are very new to the process, but we are mother of students. They are using these services.
Y otra cosa que he estado aprendiendo, que la comunidad latina nos estamos apoyando, nos estamos juntando como comunidad y yo como mamá les puedo decir, ya hay muchas mamás que se acercan y me preguntan, ¿qué puedo hacer? Si tengo alguna duda, si tengo algún comentario, ¿la mesa directiva me va a escuchar o solamente me va a ignorar y ellos toman decisiones? Es algo que yo les he estado diciendo, estoy aprendiendo y creo que ellos están empezando a escucharnos, porque si va uno o dos o tres papás, empieza a haber cambio a cuando no viene nadie.
And we also know, we as in our community, we are many different parents attending to this thing and getting to know the system and getting to know the information. And we want to be not ignoring what we have to say. I know sometimes it might be difficult with what we do to be attending or to be in attendance, like for example today. But if we are more than 2 or 3 and we are more people, we are generally we'll like to be taken into account. And maybe you can tell us or teach us ways for us to make us, our opinion and our information known. But also we would like to know more. How can we learn more about all this process? Or is it just something that we have no say in the matter and you just make the decision and we just have to comply? So I would like to know that.
Y otra cosa que estoy aprendiendo y que estamos haciendo como comunidad, yo sé que tal vez vienen o tienen momentos difíciles, entonces hay un caminito que se está abriendo entre nosotros, la comunidad y ustedes, y que creo que si en algún momento se pone muy complicada la situación económica o lo que sea, yo sé que la comunidad va a estar abierta a escucharlos porque ya estamos abriendo esa brecha entre nosotros, la comunidad y ustedes, de qué manera nosotros como papás podemos apoyarlos a ustedes y no a complicarlos, sino a buscar una solución entre comunidad y distrito.
And also because if we consider the actual times, we're going through hard times economically, of course we all know, but it's good to know there has been a bridge of the gap between us as a community and parents and you guys in the board. So it will be asked me as a parent, together with all the rest, ask the way to you, to ask how can we help you on our side, because we want to make the gap even closer and less space. We don't want to complicate situation to a point there is no communication. Instead, we want to help, and if you could tell us how can we help you and to collaborate, that would be great.
Yo creo que es buen momento de que aprovechemos tanto del lado de ustedes y del lado de nosotros para que nuestra comunidad y nuestro distrito escolar sea uno de los mejores. Y sé que trabajando con ustedes y ustedes con nuestra comunidad, todo el distrito escolar, podemos llegar a ser un buen distrito escolar. Gracias.
And also saying that this district specifically can be a very high and great with our collaboration. That's why we want to make it one of the best. So if we can really collaborate with you guys and being heard from our place as parents, part of a community, that could be Monterrey District really a good place to be. Thank you.
Nosotras tres ahorita nos han visto más seguido, pero nosotros formamos parte del grupo de familias espartanas.
Okay. You just seen the three of us tonight, but we are part of a larger group called Familias Espartanas.
Y nosotros representamos a muchas familias, muchos estudiantes.
And we do represent loads of family, loads of students.
Y quiero dar las gracias a usted especialmente porque usted tiene esa voz y la ha utilizado en favor de todos.
And I want to thank you in particular because you have your voice and you use it to represent us, and so we are thankful for that.
Porque no ha tenido miedo de expresar lo que usted, o sea, usted ha entendido lo que nosotros venimos y decimos y no ha tenido miedo de expresarlo.
And you understand what we came here to say, and you didn't have any fear in expressing and reporting it. So thank you.
Y ha sido de las personas que ha dicho que sean claros, que tengan esa claridad, que sean más transparentes para comunicarnos a nosotros. Nosotros no podemos votar si no nos dicen que podemos votar, qué es lo que se está haciendo.
And also fostering was transparency, reliability, everything clear and clarity for us because we cannot vote. You can vote. So, but we can do something if we know what's going on.
O sea, quiero agradecer otra vez nuevamente por
Very
todos
grateful
los
again
padres de familia que
for
no
all the
pueden estar
parents.
aquí, pero nosotros estamos en esta representación.
They couldn't stay here with us tonight, but we are here in their representation.
Okay, do we have any public comment online? I see Trustee Velasquez. Go ahead.
I just wanted to piggyback off of the last three commenters. For my area, Area 4, this is actually a common conversation that I have with parents. Luckily, I have a neighbor that's always willing to help me, help translate for me when I have this conversation. And I'm also thankful to the students that'll translate when they approach me with their parents. But for our parents, a lot of times they are asking, when to comment on something, or where to bring it, who to bring an issue to, which I think is why they depend on our liaison so much. But I maybe will make this request, I guess, later in the evening. If there's a way to kind of assist these parents, because I know one of the comments I got from one parent was, I don't read English very well, I don't speak English very well, and so she would kind of delegate the reception of emails and like I guess the parent square to her children, which she said might not always tell her what is being received, but it's because of the fact that she does not read or speak English very well. And I mean, I've had that comment from a couple of parents in my area. So this may be something that, in regards to our communication team, that we might need to address even more, because of the fact that a lot of times when they do end up, because I'll direct them back to their sites or even to the district, and sometimes also to come to meetings, but a lot of times when they do end up coming to meetings, it might be at a time like this when we're already voting on something, whereas they didn't know that there was a time that they could have commented or said something ahead of time. So, I just wanted to kind of not necessarily validate what they said, because of course they validated it for themselves, but it is something that I've heard just, walking around my area and my interactions with stakeholders. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments and your feedback. We will definitely follow up with you and continue to engage with all of you. I would just like to say that in terms of things you can do, I would say continue to come to the LCAP meetings, which I know you guys have come to. Continue to come to the DLAC meetings, which I know you guys have come to. Continue to come to the school site council meetings, which I know you all have come to. Those are all avenues with your voices that have helped shape this document. And so while you're not on the diocese to cast a vote, your voices have been, through those areas, continued to shape the decisions that we bring forward to the board. And I would say continue to do that and bring more and more parents with you each time so that we can continue to get even more voices beyond just the small, just you few, to continue to share their perspectives so that our document can get better and better and better serve you and your students, because that's why we are here. But I don't think there's anything magical beyond what you guys have already been doing. I see you all at every meeting that we call, and I hear your voices and your feedback at every meeting. And I would say continue to do that, but help us bring more people. But I thank you, and we will definitely follow up with you on some of the more specific points and questions that you have.
Y gracias por tus comentarios. También yo quiero hablar con nosotros. Puede llamar a la email electrónico, llamar a mi teléfono. Puede ustedes quieren ir a un cafecito, cosas así. Yo estoy aquí para esto también. In todos, everybody here is really, as elected officials in our role in this position, we are open to having direct conversations, reach out. We can have coffee, we can chat. And I really appreciate Mimi's comments too, because of her district is the most populated district for our Latino families. I appreciate her efforts too, and I'm happy to join Mimi on those coffee chats. Thank you. And I'm gonna go ahead and close public hearing. And then open it up to item 7B, discuss and approve the LCAP local indicators.
Thank you. Good evening. So part of our process that we use is a self-assessment of our local control indicators. And so those are put on the, once approved, we put them on our LCAP to identify whether or not we believe that we've met those local indicators. There's specific reflection questions and the self-assessment that we provide. And then we would put it on our California dashboard. So we go in and we put this information on the California dashboard. This happens annually, and it provides specific data around our local indicators that we use to support progress in our district.
Thank you. Any public comment or questions from the board? And we'll go ahead and turn it to public for any comments as well. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for motion or approval.
Madam Vice President, I move approval.
I'll second. Thank you. We got a motion by Dr. Lusk and a second by Trustee Ofstedel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move to item 7C. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing to approve the tentative agreement between Monterey Peninsula Unified School District and the California School Employees Association to conclude negotiations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Good evening, Vice President Ms. Miramontes, Board Trustees, Dr. Diffenbaugh. So this public hearing is to approve the tentative agreement, as you stated, for the 25-26 negotiations with our classified School Employees Association bargaining unit. The agreement that we came to is a 2% on schedule increase to all schedules retroactively to July 1st. It applies to all bargaining unit members in paid status. It includes also employees who retired as of July 1, 2025. Also has a 1.4% off schedule, equally divided among the membership to an amount of $892, and nothing onto the health and welfare. And we also worked on several articles to do some language changes. And they're listed there for your reference.
Thank you. Go ahead and open up for comments or questions from the board. And then go ahead, open it up to public comment for the public. I see one, go ahead.
Hi, Vice President Miramontes, Dr. Diffenbaugh, esteemed trustees, cabinet, Erin Bannock, CSEA chapter president and behavior tech at Marina High School. I just want to say I'm really proud of the work that both of our leadership teams put in this last year into this agreement. It's not just the financial part. I know we've been really focused on financials this year, but it's the level of care that we put into updating our language and putting in safe holds for employees is the most that I've seen since I've been on the committee and I believe it's over 10 years now. I was trying to figure it out. So I really want to stress that, and there was a lot of growth in our working relationship. There was a lot of finding out each other's whys on why are we bringing these things forward and understanding where we're coming from. So I'm really proud of that. And I hope that we get to continue down this path of supporting classified employees and being able to put more, I'm so good at words, putting more, just making sure that our classified employees are protected, safe, and being brought up to a level that they deserve. So thank you.
Turning to public comment online. Any public comment online? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing and move to item D, discuss and approve the tentative agreement between Monterey Peninsula Unified School District and the California School Employees Association to conclude negotiations for 2025 and 2026 school year.
And this is just you taking action to actually approve the vote so we can implement it. And I would echo what President Aaron said. I appreciate, value the relationship we have built over time and the work that goes into negotiations. It's a very emotional process, but we're always looking at how we can best support each other through the process.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Perfect. We got a motion by Trustee Ofstedel and a second by Trustee Uchida. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. And going on to item E, discuss and approve the compensation increase for non-represented employees and updated salary schedules for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you. Yeah, this agreement is for our non-represented employees that include our occupational therapists, social workers, and our confidential employees, classified confidential employees. It's a 2% on-schedule increase, retroactively to July 1st, and a 1.4% one-time off-schedule payment to those employees.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the board? None online. Any public comments from the public? Also don't see any online, so we'll go ahead and move for approval.
Madam President, I move approval.
I'll second.
See approval from a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Uchida. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0, and thank you very much. Moving on to the next item. Item F, we're going to discuss and approve salary schedule for management employees for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have a brief presentation. Dr. Nunez is here also to assist with any questions. I did want to take a little bit of time to just go over this proposal. It is attached to the agenda item for the public, but wanted to provide a little bit more context. So the purpose of this proposal is to help create a pathway for long-term leadership retention while maintaining fiscal responsibility. And so this proposal actually is not a Me Too proposal, so it's not the same or similar to the certificated or classified bargaining units. This proposal is actually a 0% on schedule. proposal. But it does add steps 9 through 12 to the management salary schedule. Currently, it stops at 8. But management employees would only advance 1 step on the salary schedule for the 25-26 school year. And this would be in accordance with with our step advancement practices. So if you have been on step 8 for more than 1 year, or if you've been there 8 years, you would still just move to step 9 in this proposal. It does have a 1% off schedule to all management employees, retroactive, and this part is similar to the other bargaining units, but there's a 0% on schedule in this proposal. So as I mentioned, this is not a Me Too increase, and it represents around 0.5 in ongoing cost, and that's tied to the number of individuals that would be moving beyond step 8 to step 9. As I mentioned, the certificated and classified bargaining units got equivalent of a 2% ongoing salary or benefit agreement, and that costs the district around $1.3 million ongoing for certificated and about $1.1 million ongoing for classified. If we had applied that same 2% ongoing salary or benefits to management, the cost would have been around $330,000. But as I mentioned, with the 0% on and just a few managers moving from step 8 to step 9, the true cost for 25-26 would be around $75,000 or around 0.5%. And so that's what we're putting forward in this proposal. There is around 27 management employees who have been on step 8 for 1 or more years, who would then move to step 9. That represents approximately 40% of managers in the district. So just kind of an overview in terms of ongoing costs. Again, this is not off schedule, but ongoing costs to salary or benefits. You can see for the bargaining unit settlements we've already had, it's around $2.4 million total. If we were to do a Me Too, it would be around $330,000 total, but in this proposal, it's around $75,000 total in terms of ongoing costs. Why is the additional steps important? Well, the current salary schedule stops at 8. And we've been very fortunate that many of our leaders and our principals, our managers, have been able to stay with us a long time, and that's a strength of our district, the consistency that they bring and the leadership that they bring. But in order to continue to retain, this creates steps in the future. If they continue to stay with us, then they would continue to move forward, much like the other salary schedules. So it provides a path for continued growth and retention. But again, that's in the future. Just clarifying, just want to make sure that this is clear, because there's been some things floating around. This is not an 8% increase to management's salary schedule. As I went over, this is equivalent of about a 0.5 increase. This is brought to you now in June because we have historically brought management proposals to the board after conclusion of certificated and classified bargaining. And as you just voted on the final conclusion of classified, then this allows us to bring the management forward now. It supports the board's goal of recruiting and retaining high-quality leaders and allows for consistent and stable leadership, which I think is a real benefit to our students, our staff, and our school communities. So in conclusion, as we've spoken with the board and the public through our fiscal stabilization plan, we are facing challenging financial times with the combination of declining enrollment, expiring one-time funding from COVID, and rising costs, especially related to special education, as Mr. Altemeyer went over today. Those three things together make it difficult, and that's why this proposal is emphasizes fiscal responsibility and does not follow the historical Me Too proposals, but does allow for career growth beyond step 8. So it does allow for future growth if someone were to stay within our district long term, which we certainly hope that they would, because that benefits our students and our staff and our community. So wanted to provide that overview. Happy to take questions. Dr. Nunez is here as well, but I felt it was important to give additional context to why this proposal is coming forward to you in the shape that it is today.
All right, go ahead. Trustee Uchida?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I understand the reason. Are comparable districts and maybe surrounding districts have something similar to what is being proposed?
Yeah, we were actually the only district that didn't have longevity built into the administrative management schedule. We looked at surrounding districts, Monterey County, Alisal, Salina City, comparable districts, and they all have longevity built into their salary schedule. It looks different. People structure it differently. So yeah, that hopefully answers your question.
But for years of service, right? That's pretty consistent. Then we will be catching up to the surrounding school district, which I think is important.
Yeah, that's correct.
Great.
I don't have a question, just a comment. Just really thankful for this presentation. We're truly in a two things can be true at the same time situation where, we had to make some tough cuts over the spring, and it was a really hard process to go through. And we have some really great leaders in our district, and would hate for something like missing steps prevent them from staying in our district when we have that skill already on staff. So I just wanted to thank you so much for a clear presentation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I really also want to just thank you, Dr. Diffema, and the team for actually being very transparent and totally honest about the fact that MPUSD not only is a district that doesn't pay its teachers or classified staff what they deserve to receive, but that's true for our administrators as well. And throughout the state, I have seen districts and counties not being able to provide compensation or longevity to their administrators and have lost great administrators as a result of it. And the instructional leadership that we need at our site levels, at the district level, is critical to ensure the success of every child in this district. And I appreciate, Dr. Diffema, your full explanation of what is being asked, the transparency. I think really provides an opportunity to have all of our staff hear exactly what's happening at each level. And it's not the Me Too. It is specifically providing a schedule that will allow us to compensate administrators at the site level as well as at the district level. And this is critical to ensure the retention of outstanding leaders for the instructional, to close that achievement gap and to provide the equity that's needed at all of our sites. So thank you, and I'm fully supportive of us approving this and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Hello again, thank you. I want to respectfully share some concerns, and I appreciate the presentation. I don't believe that was part of the board packet when the agenda came out, and it is a response to the organization that was coming from the 2 bargaining units from when the tentative agreement was part of the packet. I also want to thank Mr. Altemeyer and Dr. Nunez. I know Roz was in conversation with them, and she was able to share some explanation to what the TA was, because it is a little confusing when you first look at it at face value. And so I appreciate that. I also, with that, CSEA knows stagnant salary schedule. We added one salary step about 10 years ago, one salary step. I've been on that salary step for over 10 years. And to speak to longevity, CSEA is, part of the TA tonight is that we have doubled our longevity. 2 years ago, I believe, we took the proration off of longevity, because regardless if you work 5 hours or if you work 8 hours, if you've worked for the district for 10 plus years, you should be respected for that. So we also understand about longevity, but as long as, again, I've been on the negotiations team, it's been a fight every year to get that change. While we know it's not an immediate 8% to the salary, it is over 4 years to those 40% of administrators that are going to be moving up on that salary schedule. And I did some math and did a lot of Excel, because I'm a behavior technician, I love data, looking at numbers, that for a range 6 on the management scale, which is the lowest of the management, they're going to be, during that time, making close between $7,000 to $9,000 over that 4 years. That's going to be the increase. I did the mid, and that's about $10,000 to $12,000 over the next 4 years increase. And then our highest is going to be between $27,000 and $30,000 increase over the next 4 years as they move up through that schedule. For classified employees, we are clearly not going to make that type of increase, but that's one of the problems, and I appreciate that it's not a Me Too this year, but that's how the discrepancy and the growth is so night and day between the management, certificated, and classified. So in the last 5 years for us, even though the percentage was higher, we got about an 18% increase over the last 4 years, the management 14%, but they were making thousands, between $7,000 to $10,000 more at the lower end over the last 4 years to our, luckily, $1,000. I have a lot more to say. I just want it to be a longer conversation as we move forward, and I appreciate the conversations. Just maybe put a salary freeze on so they don't get an increase when we do salary increases for the bargaining units, that management does not get that at that time. And I'm happy to have more conversations with all of you about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment in person? Okay, I see a few raised hands online. I'm going to go to the first raised hand. T. Newton, if you wouldn't mind unmuting for him, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we
Yes? Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, Board President Jennings, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and board members. Thank you for the time and the ability to speak to you today about the proposed adjustments to the admin salary schedule. I can only speak for myself. As you've already seen, there's potentially 40 of us that would be affected positively by this. First, I just want to state that I'm going into my 10th year as principal of Monterey High School. It's incredible that it's gone that fast. Monterey High School is a school and community that I deeply love. And of which I'm extremely proud. Over the previous 5 years post-COVID, my job has become increasingly more complex. I don't think I'm surprising anyone by saying that the roles of administrators, especially site principals, have become all-encompassing. We are seen not only as site managers, but instructional leaders, emergency response organizers, mental health coordinators, school safety officers, human resource officers, cultural drivers, student and staff mentors, just to name a few of the things. As a high school principal, my work hours are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I'm often on the phone with alarm companies, law enforcement, staff, my superiors, parents, transportation office, all far beyond the working hours into the middle of the night to make sure students and staff are served well and that they're safe. These work aspects have only exacerbated in the past years. I say this not because I want pity or sympathy. I love my job, but I'm just stating the reality. Another reality is that we're the only district, like Dr. Nunez said, in Monterey County that doesn't have longevity bonuses or a salary schedule that goes beyond year 8. Either the steps in other districts go to further years than our current 8, or there are clear bonuses for staying beyond the maximum years on the schedule. Many districts in our county have incentives through year 20. Personally, being at year 10 with the combination of an 8-year salary schedule and the skyrocketing cost of healthcare insurance premiums and cost of living, my monthly take home is hundreds of dollars less than it was 2 years ago. That's the opposite direction anyone would want to see. There have been plenty of opportunities to leave for higher paying principalships or administrative jobs in other districts, but I have no desire to do that. I'm committed to the MPUSD and our students, of which I'm a student and teacher product myself. With the inevitable and further rise in cost of living and healthcare premiums, I can only assume that without this proposal and future raises to the salary schedule, my paycheck's going to continue to decrease over time. That's an outcome that I cannot accept for my family. So I speak to you in hopes and with great gratitude that you'll approve this proposal for the benefit of our administrators. And I want to say that pitting groups against each other, certificated, classified management, that's super unhelpful. We're all working hard for students. And I hope that everyone receives what they deserve. So I advocate for management because as of now, nearly half of our administration in the district cannot hope to earn. I really appreciate you all for consideration. And I love MPUSD, love Monterey High, go Doors. And thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go ahead to the next public comment online. I see Ben.
Hi, this is actually Janelle Newman. I'm a classified staff member at Seaside High. And although, yes, I agree, our management, our principals, they definitely deserve to be paid fairly. And they are working hard and they are doing more than ever before, just as the rest of us are doing more than ever before. So what I ask of the board is to consider that, and for our negotiations to consider that when they are at the table negotiating for the classified, negotiating for certificated, and take that same consideration for those of us who are making far less than management is currently. When you are telling us that you are adding an additional 4 steps, and we have been at the same amount of steps for decades and make tens of thousands less, this hinders our relationship and trust with management, particularly after such a tumultuous year when we have been told budgets are being slashed, jobs are being slashed, and then to hear this, I think that this sends a very bad message to staff and it hurts relationships. So I would consider that, and I would also consider what you're putting forward for the rest of your staff. Are you giving them the same consideration and putting forward that same fight for their pay? Thank you.
Thank you. And going to the next public comment online, I see Alan Crawford.
Hi, good evening, Board and Superintendent Diffenbaugh. My name is Alan Crawford, and I currently work as the Director of Student Support, Safety, and Prevention. I just wanted to briefly share my support for the proposal. We certainly want to recruit qualified and experienced leaders, and we want them to stay with MPUSD for as long as possible to improve outcomes for our students. I believe this proposal will help make that happen. Also, on a more simple level, I'd like to add, I really view this proposal as a meaningful recognition of those who have dedicated and will continue to dedicate many years of service to MPUSD. Thank you for your balanced consideration, and I hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you. Any more public comments? All right. And then I would just like to add some notes too. I do appreciate everybody's comments and thoughts here on the board and in the public. I do know, Trustee Offset, what you said, two things can be right. And as we're moving forward in consideration for all bargaining units, how do we continue to stay mindful and learn as we grow through this progress and process, right? So seeing the presentation, which I am glad we have, and do wish we were able to send sooner to our community, but we're here now talking about it, which is, just as important. The $75,000 increase, or, adjustment for our budget, compared to, jumping in and just giving something as high as $330,000. I can see that or at least we're picking different things that we need to move forward on, and we're continuing to do that across our bargaining units. So we do have to also be mindful of our management staff. I did have just one question on the salary step for CSEA. Has it been, is it the 10 years of that additional column has been added, and any other types of supports that we have been able to provide?
I don't know the actual year, but it happened during my time, and this is my 7th year, so I don't know if it's 10, but I can get that information to the board through the Thursday update to make sure that we actually get the year that it actually took place.
Okay.
It happened under, I think, Mr. Tamayo's presidency.
Tamayo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to make sure we got that addressed as well. 5 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll get the board the information.
Perfect. All right. Any other additional comments? I'll go ahead and ask for approval for this item.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, thank you. I move approval of the item item F, that's the management schedule for 25-26 school year.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Less and a second by Trustee Uchida. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. We'll go ahead and move on to item 6. What number are we on? 7? 7H. Excuse me, 7G, discuss and adopt resolution number 25//26-37, recognizing June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This resolution comes before you, as it has in the past, to recognize June 19th as Juneteenth, working with our bargaining units. It's now a recognized holiday within MPUSD, and this resolution marks both the acknowledgement and the commitment of the district to continue to work to ensure that all people experience freedom and are from oppression and are valued within our school community and our community in general. So this comes for your recognition. As you saw from my earlier presentation, there will be a celebration actually on the 13th, this Saturday, and we certainly would love the community to come out for that as well.
Thank you, and I'm so sad to miss out on the 13th, as I'll be supporting my daughter's graduation. But is there any comments or questions from the board in regards to this resolution? I see Trustee Velasquez online. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. As always, we do this every year, and I'm so thankful that the board passes this resolution every year. I'm actually making a comment today because I had the pleasure of speaking with a woman by the name of Tiffany Quarles yesterday, who is actually a direct descendant of one of the many families there that day on June 19th in Galveston, Texas. And one of the things that she stressed that I guess in regards to her family is that in the honoring of Juneteenth, a lot of our resolutions, and not just for our district, but even like city resolutions and things of that sort, within the resolution, use the term African American. But at the time of Juneteenth, the term that was actually used for those that had been emancipated from enslavement was actually the term freedmen. And so that is something that she and others have been trying to force back into the lexicon to make sure that we honor the fact that at the time our ancestors were referred to as freedmen, and that the term African American actually was popularized in the 1980s by Jesse Jackson and then adopted by our government. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that comment on record so that maybe in future resolutions, when we're recognizing the history behind Juneteenth and referencing Galveston, Texas, that we use the proper verbiage at the time, which would have been freedmen, which of course was in association with the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Retirement Fund. So I just wanted to share that with the board. And thank you again for, of course, us doing this every year.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll go ahead and turn to the public for any public comment in person and or online. And no public comment, I'll turn for a motion of approval.
I move to approve the, let me go back, resolution number 25/2637, recognizing June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District.
Second.
It's got a motion from Trustee Velasquez and a second from Dr. Lusk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 6-0. All right, we're going to move on to item 7H, discuss and approve or deny the Big Charter School renewal petition.
Yes, thank you. This is coming before you based on a few meetings ago when we initially brought it and had a open public hearing for this. Attached to the item is the staff report, and that remains the same as it was last time, explaining the particular journey of which Big Sur Charter School has taken to come to this board for renewal, and some of the legal aspects to this particular petition. The board did bring a few items up at the last meeting for conversation, and had a few specific concerns around changing the name, around the diversity and ensuring that there were mechanisms in which the diversity of Big Sur Charter School better reflected the demographics of the district, as well as a cap in enrollment. And the hope was that an MOU would be able to be formed to kind of address some of those. We did attempt to engage with Big Sur Charter to develop that MOU, but we're unable to come to agreements that would have addressed those board concerns. And so this is coming before you without an MOU attached to it, and it's just coming for you for your consideration. And we do need the board to make a decision tonight to meet the 90-day deadline from the initial charter renewal. And so that we will be asking for an up or down vote tonight from the board. We do have Ed Scalar, who represents the district and has charter school expertise if there's questions related to this particular petition or timeline, et cetera, for the board to be able to ask. And then we also have representatives from Big Sur Charter School here as well. So happy to take any questions. And again, we have Mr. Scalar here as well, and wanted to bring it forward and asking the board for consideration and to give direction.
I was already muted. Thank you. Any questions or comment from the board? I have one, but I'll hold off until anyone else has any other questions. All right. So the only question I have, was there a reason why we couldn't come to an MOU agreement? Were there opportunities to negotiate in regards to, I understand why this is a big no from the charter, but maybe yes on a few other things? Would just be curious to hear how that process went.
Yeah, so we initiated an MOU to address the primary concerns that were brought up from the board, and didn't hear back from the charter until the day before we had to post. I reached out again for any type of response. And then we did get a response from their executive director, but the points on the name change, we had suggested that within a year's time that they would be able to come back to the board with a new name, but I don't think they were comfortable with having a time frame on it. They said they would come, they could come back, but it wasn't something they were that they responded that they would agree to. We asked for a reasonable cap on enrollment, and they suggested an enrollment above the enrollment that verbally they suggested they would have a cap on during public comment. And then we offered the same equity-based lottery process that we have with our other district-approved charter, the International School of Monterey, in which one of every two students, new students to the school, would be qualify for free or reduced lunch as a way to increase the socioeconomic diversity of the school. And that's something that had been vetted by the legal teams of both ISM and ourselves as being permissible. But their suggestion was to change it to an up to 50%, which in essence would not have any type of requirement, but also actually put a cap on if there was more than 50% of kids who qualified for free and reduced lunch, the language they used would actually cap it at 50%. So that, didn't make sense. So I responded with to their response, just saying I wasn't comfortable with the points because their response did not address any of the three points that the board had made in terms of the concerns. And then I didn't hear a response from them from there. So.
That's untrue. Sorry.
Well, I did, no, then I did.
I did email you back.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize. I'll take that back. Yes, you're right. Yeah, so they did get a response from them that said they were willing to go to 125 in terms of a cap. That the name change, they intended to change the name, but it was a process that branding was important, and they apparently a year was not long enough. I didn't know the reason why, and that essentially a cap of one of every two students being qualified for free reduced lunch would potentially hurt their enrollment, because if there wasn't enough students who qualify for free reduced lunch who applied to enroll, then essentially they wouldn't be able to enroll with that language. So they weren't comfortable with that either. So I think those were the three responses. But all this happened, very close to the deadline of us needing to post. And I think that's primarily because I didn't hear back from them until the Wednesday before we post on Thursday. But ultimately, that was the exchange, and it just wasn't, I didn't think, it did not appear to me that there was a lot of interest in continuing to pursue down real, tangible ways to address the concerns that were brought up. And, therefore, I didn't want to bring it forward.
Thank you. Will we be able to hear from the charter next in regards to just next steps? For myself personally, name change is not a deal breaker for me, but I do understand the reasons why. The other two, based on matching our policy and our progress and what we do with our charters, would only make sense to do with any other additional charter we add on to. And so I would like to open it up to see if they have any questions or comments. But furthermore, also, just if this doesn't get approved or this gets denied, then what ends up happening to the charter with that?
Yeah, so if this were to be denied tonight, and Ed, I'd like you to just chime in if I'm wrong here, but the charter applicant could appeal to the county to say that it was wrongly denied based on the law. They also could pursue legal action and try to get a judge to either do an injunction or compel the board to reconsider the vote. I suppose, I understand the charter has an active countywide charter separate from this renewal in front of the county. So I think their potential, they could accept the denial and move forward with their petition to be considered as a countywide charter for the county. Ed, do you want to add in if there's other scenarios that I'm not addressing?
No, you've laid them out. Appeal to the county board, potential legal action, and they also have the pending countywide petition in front of the county board.
I'll go ahead and open it up.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm with legal counsel for Big Sur Charter School. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and to correct some of the record here tonight. So thank you very much. First, I would say, as to the memorandum of understanding, the charter school just had no idea that there was a particular deadline in mind. We thought we were still negotiating. We thought we were still kind of going back and forth and having a discussion about these 3 points.
Could I just, I'm sorry, because I was interrupted with saying that it was false. No, in the email to Amy, I clearly stated there was a deadline to which we needed.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize.
and I did respond to you on June 3rd.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, she seemed to mention that there wasn't a deadline, but there was a clear deadline given.
I was unaware of that. I apologize. I was wrong. June 3rd deadline. When it comes to the I guess we're calling it the diversity piece about students who are eligible for free and reduced price meals, I just want to make it clear, the way that it was presented to the charter school indicated that essentially the first 50% of all applicants who are free and reduced price meals have to be admitted first. And so the concern was if 0 or 1 or some very small number of free and reduced price meal students apply to the charter school and the other students who apply are not eligible for free and reduced price meals, they could not be admitted. And so the charter school might actually shrink in size. I see the superintendent nodding. Did I get that correct? That would be the effect?
Yeah, I think the desire is that the charter school would better reflect the diversity of the district and therefore be able to be in the community, attract students of the diversity of the community in order to diversify. So in fact, yes, the expectation would be that the charter would be able to attract the students who live in the district to their charter.
Yes, and that's Big Sur Charter's goal as well, is to attract more students of all kinds, right, of all demographics. The only thing that the law talks about in terms of the charter school matching or trying to match the district is race, ethnicity, special education, and English learners. So socioeconomic diversity is not actually part of the legal requirements. Notwithstanding, it just seemed really impossible that the charter school would be prevented from enrolling any students if it didn't have a single student who was eligible for free and reduced price meals who wanted to enroll. So that was, I think we could have solved this, but there was just no more communication. In terms of the enrollment cap, the charter school agreed to the same number that they said here publicly, which was 125. So I think we're there on that one. I think we're there on the name, whether it matters to the board or not. The charter school is willing to make a change there. So I think the only piece here is if we could agree on the free and reduced price meal eligibility piece. I hope the board would see that maybe it's not the district's intent that 0 students could enroll if 0 students who are eligible for free and reduced price meals apply. In addition,
I think there'd be a question of why is 0% of students with free or reduced lunch applying?
I think there are probably a myriad of reasons. The charter school is committed to recruiting in that area and will recruit in that area, but it cannot force anyone to apply, just like the district couldn't require anyone to attend a charter school. And it takes time. Nobody is trying not to do that. But again, I think the charter school is committed to doing that, but it cannot guarantee or force anybody to apply. When it comes to the charter petition itself, I just want to be frank. I know that none of you wanted this. I know that. We didn't want to be here. The charter school was authorized by Big Sur Unified. We think there was a legal path for them to renew it. They chose not to. I hope that your council has advised you or will advise you. I know Mr. Sklar, and I've known him for a very long time, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. The board is in a position tonight where what the law says for a high-performing charter school like Big Sur, the only way to deny that renewal is to have given notice of substantial fiscal or governance factors or not serving all students who wish to attend, and then giving the charter school a reasonable opportunity to address that, a 30-day cure period. And that's the only way that a high-performing school could be non-renewed. And that didn't happen here. So we don't have the kind of the legal steps in order for the board to non-renew the charter. Again, I know this puts you in an uncomfortable position. It puts Big Sur Charter in an uncomfortable position. But I do want to acknowledge that that's the legal requirement here. And on the MOU, again, I hope you're hearing a willingness to do this. I understand it's not on the agenda tonight, but there's absolutely a willingness to do this. And I think most of the other provisions were generally agreed to. So I don't think there was a lot of disagreement there. Okay, do you want to add anything? Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you, Ed, to go ahead and have any additional recommendations or requests, and then I'll open it back up to the board.
I think Ed,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
wasn't sure.
Sorry, go ahead. Ask a specific question.
Mr. Sklar, can you advise us, because they are a high-performing charter, does that set us up to that legal battle and moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff probably would be best saved for closed session. I will say, though, to answer your question, the staff report does lay out the legal standard for denial of a high-performing charter. And I think you heard from Ms. Ruley that, just in regard to the fact that their legal theory in regard to why and the legal concern in regard to denying a high-performing charter tonight.
Thank you for that. I feel like we're between a rock and a hard place tonight. In one of the documents you provided, you said that the charter was formed in 2008. And in that time, have still struggled to recruit the student population that we're talking about tonight. And so that just bothers me that in that amount of time that hasn't come to fruition. And so how actions are going to change to be more rigorous about that recruitment of the free and reduced lunch students. Because, yeah, no because, just that's it.
Thank you. Yeah, I just trying to recap, like, this experience process, the timeline of what I understood. We didn't meet the last time prior. We're pretty clear on the MOU, the deadline. There's written documentation of those deadlines, communication back and forth, whether it was sparse or little to none, somewhere in between there, right? So, and seeing that what we have in regards to our policy to match our policy with the other charter schools, I think is my key pillar to stand by. And if we are going to admit or approve any other additional charter, they would need to match that. And the fact that we don't have an MOU today, only that we have is that, oh, we'll work on it. Oh, you know, give us, I didn't hear give us time, but like it's something we're trying to get to. Again, without an MOU, that's why we have MOUs in place to ensure that these standards are met. So my recommendation would be to deny the request. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Trustee Velasquez before I open up to public comment.
Sorry, my mute button wasn't coming off. So as a board member, of course, but I would like to speak as a charter parent. People are well aware of the fact that my son has special needs and that just due to his continual eloping, he had to become a virtual charter school student because that was just for my peace of mind. One of the things that I think is not being discussed or that has not been mentioned is that in regards to Big Sur Charter School, the location one, it's in Monterey, it's off Elm Street. It does not offer transportation. So for our lower income students or the students that will qualify for free lunch and things like that, that's a hindrance. But even with that said, being that we have a charter in our district, they should have to go by the same rules as the other charters. So now hearing that they have a petition for a countywide charter, which to me makes more sense because when you look at their enrollment, the students aren't just from MPUSD, they're from all over the county. I'm thinking that should be their path, not becoming an MPUSD charter. But I wanted to speak on that because of the comment that was made that we know that, I guess it was that we didn't want them here or something like that. I just, wanted to clarify, maybe that was the opinion of some, but that's not something that I think is influencing the decision. It's just, we have charters. If a charter is going to be in our district, it should have to follow the rules of the other charters, because if not, that would be biased. Letting certain charters get away with, or not, shouldn't say get away with, but allowing certain charters to do things that we're not allowing the ones that we already have established in our district to do. So I just wanted to point that out.
So I just looked through my emails to make sure that this is accurate. So I sent a draft MOU on Friday, May 22nd. And in it, I said, please let me know if you agree to the MOU by June 3rd, so that I can include it in the agenda for the 9th meeting. I didn't hear back, and on June 3rd, I texted and said, hey, I haven't heard back from you. And then you emailed me on June 3rd. We're posting on the 4th. So from May 22nd to June 3rd, there was an opportunity to engage in a back and forth dialogue. And we didn't get anything until after I text on the 3rd, the day before posting the 4th. So I'm hopeful that you can see why it's hard for me, I'm not going to speak for any board member, but it's hard for me to see how this is being framed as we're willing to work with you. We would love to do an MOU. We just couldn't work it out when there was no correspondence from May 22nd to June 3rd. And in fact, there wasn't anything until I texted you to say, please, any response? And then got it on the 3rd before the 4th. So, the staff report clearly outlines the staff's position on this. But I can't sit back and allow a characterization that the MOU would have been able to be worked out if we had just had a little bit more time, when in fact we didn't hear from you till the day before we had to post for this meeting.
Okay, so a deadline of June 3rd to me means a deadline of June 3rd. If you had wanted it earlier so we could have some more information out to you and we could go through some back and forth, I would have absolutely met that earlier deadline. You said,
Hold on, I said,
give
please get this information as well as confirmation that you agree to the MOU to me
By
by
June
June 3rd.
by June 3rd. So I did it by
So if you didn't agree to it, then you were going to tell me on June 3rd I don't agree to it?
So, no, I worked with my legal counsel. I had a district to run of my own, right? A school to run of my own. I've got all sorts of things going on as well. I'm working on this. I'm working on a bunch of other things. It was important to me. And so I did get back to you by the 3rd. I gave you my 2 cents, and then I think there was a couple more.
So I'm supposed to get something the night before, the evening before, we're supposed to post it, and then we're supposed to continue the conversation?
So I think that what the gap in the understanding, PK, was that I didn't realize that you wanted it on the MOU on the agenda by the 3rd. If
Please get me the MOU by June 3rd so that I can include posting it on the agenda for the 9th.
That's my bad. So I apologize for that. So we are totally open to having conversations with you guys about this stuff, and I've always been open to that. And you and I have a history of not wanting to have us be here on both parts. And I don't want this and me having a busy end of the school year to impede any of this. But I do think that there's a conversation that needs to be had about the free and reduced lunch people. And I'm happy to engage in that conversation. There's nothing in the law that says that, that says that an MOU has to be approved prior to approval of a charter school. That's something that people hammer out with their legal counsels too, because I'm not a lawyer. So I have to defer to Janelle so that I'm not making any mistakes and putting my school in jeopardy, just as you're deferring to your legal counsel. So,
no, for sure. I just think just a contrast is there was no legal requirement for ISM, our other approved charter, they were a high-performing charter. They didn't have any reason to agree to the equity lottery. That's not in the law. But our board made it clear that that was something that we wanted to see, and they voluntarily agreed to it, right? So there's just a difference there.
So that's them, right? And they're also a classroom-based school, and we're a non-classroom-based school. And I think that there are some, ISM is large. I don't know how many students they have. You would know that better than I would. But we only have 100 students. So for every dollar, I know that it counts to everybody, but every dollar and every student is a huge percentage of our annual revenue. So for the larger the school, the less the impact of one student, right? It starts looking, anyway. So I think that it's easier for a big school to get into that sort of agreement that's a classroom-based school, right? Because students are more likely to attend classroom-based schools, we know that. And a larger school has a little bit more flexibility in their budget, and we just don't. We are razor thin. So that would be the reason for some of that negotiation and better understanding the language.
So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. If there's any public comment in regards to this item, please go ahead and come forward or raise your hand on the Zoom screen.
Otra vez yo.
One more time. You have me one more time.
Lo que yo entiendo aquí es que la señora no entiende porque yo he estado asistiendo a todos los meetings.
What I do understand here, and that's what it looks like, this lady is not understanding, or maybe she's not understanding right now.
La vez pasada, toda la mesa directiva pidió tiempo.
Because last time I was present, and all the directive, the committee, the board asked for more time.
Porque estaba muy rápido la decisión.
Because the decision process or decision-making process was really fast.
Entonces, el señor Pique, como presidente o como encargado de decisión para que trajera la mesa directiva, tenía...
And that's why Mr. Pique,
Sí, that's it.
so, as a director of the board,
él está haciendo entender a la señora que usted le mandó un email el día 21 y ella no contestó el 21 que mandó el email y ella quiere respuesta ya porque es como yo ahorita. Vengo a decir, quiero ayuda de lo que yo quiero hablar de mi escuela. Pero yo no puedo tener respuesta de ahorita para allá, mañana, porque es muy rápido.
so what I do understand from what happened was that she was in the same situation like me today, that maybe I want answer right now, and of course, on the 21st, she couldn't have the answer she wanted in the moment, the same way I cannot have them today.
Porque usted le dijo que el 21 mandó un email y ella todavía el 3, usted texteó a ella y ella no le contestaba.
Because you said that you communicate with them on May 21st, and by 3rd of June, she hadn't replied.
Ok.
Still.
Todas las personas tenemos que tener un proceso porque todos no están a nuestro servicio como nosotros digamos. Para eso está la mesa directiva.
And all the people need to have a process in place because we have several things to do, so we cannot just come as fast as we can. We need time.
Y este es el punto que yo estoy entendiendo, que ahorita no están otras personas que deben de estar aquí para estas decisiones.
And that's what I'm understanding right now, also because there are many absences of people that should be here today, and they're not.
Y la señora está molesta diciendo cuál es el proceso. Si le está explicando que usted mandó un email, ella no contestó hasta el día 3 de junio, no entiende. So que es un proceso para que todos estemos de acuerdo en estos procesos.
And I'm understanding why she's bothered right now because she's not understanding the process itself from the 21st that you're claiming sending the communication by email till the 3rd, and everything needs the process to be approved and discussed by the board.
So, yo quisiera que así como a ella los hicieran entender que si vienen a esto es para que nos ayuden, pero también que nos expliquen porque son seres humanos, que se estresan. Yo he entendido todo este proceso. Sé cómo está caminando porque he venido a todas las juntas de meeting.
Because, and I want you to know, to understand that I am understanding the process, but also we are humans, so we get stressed and frustrated. So that's why you need to explain to us the whole process, step by step.
Ella no entiende tecnología, habla inglés. Yo soy una mamá ocupada, tengo un niño con necesidades especiales, tengo muchas cosas que hacer, trabajo y aparte estoy ayudando a la escuela. So, sé que estamos ocupados, pero sí se puede, porque ella tiene asistentes, yo no tengo asistentes, tengo mi esposo y mis hijos que son parte del grupo.
So, and also want to say, of course, my day is busy. I'm a mom of a special needs student. I also have lots of things to do. Also, I have time that I spend and I offer. I don't have an assistant. I might do not understand technical things or English, but I do work together with my family in this.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Sí. Hola. Yo quiero
Hi
opinar
again.
sobre esto, con todo respeto, pero parece que aquí lo que hubo es falta de interés. Yo se lo voy a hablar personalmente.
Okay. I want to say what I think. I think what it looks like that there's been a lack of interest for what I can see.
So, hay veces que no se toca la puerta una vez, se toca muchas veces y cuando algo te importa o estás representando a más personas o estudiantes, a veces tienes que tocar la puerta más veces y ver que te está interesando no solo por ti, sino por tu comunidad. Y en este caso, sinceramente, yo vi que no hubo esa responsabilidad.
And sometimes you have to knock at the door several times. One time is not enough because you can get a no as a reply, but also you can carry on and continue because I'm not just representing myself and my family. I do represent other people, and so we need to have clear answers.
Entonces, con todo respeto, yo sé que ustedes están muy ocupados y la señora necesita algo, entonces ella con toda humildad debería acercarse, hablar y que sepa que no todo el tiempo a la hora que ella llame o mande un mensaje va a ser respondido porque ustedes tienen su agenda. Entonces, si algo te interesa, tienes que estar al pendiente, más como ella que está abogando por una escuela. Creo que ella debió haber insistido más o contestar, porque en lo personal yo hubiera pensado, no te interesa porque no estás ahí, no estás contestando los emails, no me estás llamando. Ahora sí que el que ocupa ayuda la busca y no espera a que el director Piqué le regrese la llamada.
So, and I do understand that you are very busy. Your time is very precious. And I also understand that when somebody wants something, you have to insist and ask again, because it's not that, you just get what you want when you want it. You might not get an answer for some time. You have to be on top of things. Ask. If you want something, you can get it as long as you do it. So I think the lack of interest or response within the guidelines or the time frame that she was asked was a lack of missing on her part.
Y esto que le acaba de pasar a ella no es para que se enoje, tal vez sí se va a frustrar, pero es para que aprendamos de nuestros errores y de que tal vez en otro tiempo lo pida, pero que tome la responsabilidad y la conciencia de que ella tiene que buscar.
And this is not just to making her more frustrated. She might get annoyed tonight or frustrated for the answer that she got, but she representing a larger group of school. So if she really looking into something, obtain an approval for that, she might have to take the time to go after it and wait her time.
Con mucho respeto a la señora le digo que que busque la manera de comunicarse con ustedes y tal vez sea en otro tiempo y de otra manera, pero a ustedes muchas gracias y yo sé que tal vez si ella hubiera tomado un poquito de responsabilidad, tal vez ustedes pudieran haberla aconsejado o ayudarle de otra manera.
So my advice to her tonight is if she really wants to have that, she have to find other occasion, other opportunity to have this conversation going with you guys. Also because I'm very respectful of your time. I know that something is important, you want to achieve it, you work on it and be on top of things.
Gracias por su trabajo tan bien que están haciendo.
And thank you very much for your very good work.
Good evening again, Janelle Rulli with the Legal Counsel for the Charter School. I don't think it's fair or good practice to compare charter schools in a public setting and what one did and what another one did. At the risk of perpetuating that, I don't believe that ISM was required to enter into an MOU at its first authorization by the district. I think that was at the most recent renewal, which was several years into their operation. I just want to say one more time, I'm asking you, board, please do not violate the law tonight. I want to read from the staff report. I'm just going to read directly from the staff report, which recommended approval of this renewal. The staff report says, the CDE has designated the charter school as a high-performing charter school as defined under Education Code Section 47607, Subdivision C2A. Pursuant to Education Code Section 47607, Subdivision C2A, a chartering authority shall not deny renewal of a high-performing charter school except for the bases specified under Section 47607. Those bases are, number 1, the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition due to substantial fiscal or governance factors, or the charter school is not serving the pupils who wish to attend as documented by aggregate data reflecting pupil enrollment patterns at the charter school. In order to deny a high-performing charter school pursuant to these bases, the chartering authority must provide the charter school with notice of and a reasonable opportunity to cure these concerns. The district has not had previous history or experience overseeing the charter school. The district, therefore, has no information and is not aware of financial, governance, or enrollment concerns at the charter school that could form a basis to deny the charter school's renewal petition pursuant to Education Code Section 47607. Again, it is against the clear law for the board to deny a high-performing charter renewal tonight without having done the notice and opportunity to cure. I understand the district has enrollment concerns, but its own staff report says it's unaware of enrollment concerns. And so it just isn't matching up. You're hearing a willingness to agree to enter into an MOU. Almost never, rarely is an MOU agreed to at the time that a charter is first approved by an authorizer. Big Sur Charter School is a gem. It is really doing good things for the very few students who are enrolled in that school. The decision that you make tonight might close that and might take away that opportunity for members of your community and other local communities. And I ask you, please do not do that tonight.
Buenas noches nuevamente.
Good night. No, good evening again. Good night.
Sí. Con todo el respeto para estas personas,
With all the due respect for these people,
que
I believe
todo lleva un proceso.
everything needs a process.
Te van diciendo qué hagas, qué traigas.
They've been informed to bring things, to do things.
Pero lo primero, tú como líder,
But the first thing you have to do as a leader,
tienes que venir a hablar con respeto.
you have to come here and speak with respect.
No siempre vamos a obtener lo que queremos.
Not always we're going to achieve what we want.
Lo he aprendido con ustedes.
I have learned this myself with you.
Siempre con respeto.
Always with respect.
Porque eres el ejemplo para tus padres, para tus estudiantes.
Because you are the example for your students, for your parents.
Y cuando algo quieres, algo necesitas, tienes que ser insistente, pero en el tiempo.
And when you need something really bad, you have to insist a long time, though.
Porque vuelvo a repetir,
Because I want to repeat one more time.
con ustedes he aprendido a dar mucho respeto y a saber que ustedes toman buenas decisiones, que a veces no estamos de acuerdo, pero ustedes saben por qué lo están haciendo.
I did learn by attending here that you have to take sometimes uncomfortable decision. But I do understand that I might not be in agreement with those decisions, but you do a good work, and there is a reason behind those choices.
Y me voy con esto, siempre respeto y agradecimiento.
And I want to leave with this, always respect and be grateful.
Thank you. Any more public comment in person? I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment online. I see Heather O'Hara.
Hi, good morning. My name is, or evening. It feels like morning already. I'm Heather O'Hara, and I'm a parent with Big Sur Charter, and I'm also the school board chairman. I just wanted to kind of point out that there's a uniqueness that Big Sur Charter provides to this community. We're not just a charter school, we're a learning center that really depend on our parents to be supportive educators in our children's learning process. And what we've discovered is that when the parents and teachers work directly together, that's when our students benefit the most. Our model allows families to be actively involved in their children's learning while still receiving the support, expertise, accountability, and resources of a public school. Our teachers know our students well. They partner closely with parents. Learning is individualized, relationships are strong, and our students have opportunities to pursue their interests and strength in meaningful ways. This model is not for every family. It was brought up about comparison of other charter schools within the district. We are a completely unique system that works for the small set of students that are able to attend with us. Public education is absolutely stronger when families have options that meet the unique needs of their children. And for almost 20 years, Big Sur Charter has provided that option for our families. We are proud to be a high-performing public school, but what I believe makes Big Sur truly special is the community that we have built. It's a place where parents are valued as partners, students are known as individuals, and our learning extends beyond the walls of the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any more public comments? All right, I'm going to go back to the board. Just wanting to add, recapping one last time, as vice president and also a Latino mother, I do understand the importance of having a public charter that is willing to meet the enrollment and demographics of our students, are willing to provide free and reduced lunch for students in our area, and also willing to prioritize this as something vital and important to make this happen. So I know that we are all very, very busy individuals, and I do respect and trust that, but I also know when something is important, there is a vitalness of prioritization to make things happen, and communication, I think, is really important for that. And it sounds like there was just lack of communication, not enough effort in communication, however you want to see fit, but I will make a motion to deny the Big Sur Charter. Trustee Velasquez, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, a point of clarity, just so that we're sure if there's a no vote, what that means, and if there's a yes vote, what that means, just if that can just be restated.
Yes. Pastor Ed?
Yeah, I think if Mr. Scalar, if you could, if the question was, If it's a no vote, what does that mean? If it's a yes vote, what does that mean?
And just to add, I'm asking that based on what was read in regards to the law. So that's why I'm requesting that.
Yeah, I heard that the motion was a motion to deny the renewal of the charter petition. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Can I, if I could, suggest, if that is the motion to be made, if I could suggest some language in order to have that motion, and then we could, and then the answer would, well, if I could propose some language, it would be, you move to deny the petition for charter renewal of Big Sur Charter School due to the lack of diversity at the school and lack of a plan to recruit for diversity as stated in the staff report. And that would be, a yes vote would be to deny renewal. A no vote would be against it, but a yes vote would be to deny renewal on that motion.
Thank you. I would like to add that note into my denial. If it can, do I need to state that? If I do, then if you can just repeat it one last time.
Yeah, would you like me to?
Okay, and then if you wouldn't mind answering Trustee Velasquez's question, if that does get passed to deny based on that language, what would that mean for next steps?
So the yes vote would be yes to deny the charter.
Yeah, I think they're asking, what does that mean in terms of next steps? Like what would happen?
Okay.
Is that what you're asking, Trustee Velasquez, in terms of?
Yes, I'm asking what, depending upon how we vote, what does that mean in regards to the charter, as you said, next steps?
And we had touched on this prior, that if the charter petition if the petition for renewal is approved tonight, then Monterey Peninsula Unified School District will be the charter authorizer for the school. If the charter petition for renewal is denied tonight, then two things may happen. One is that the charter school does have the option to appeal to the County Board of Education and ask them to become the authorizer for the charter school. They also have the option they may bring a lawsuit asking the court to compel the district to approve the charter petition. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. So I move to deny the petition charter renewal for Big Sur Charter due to lack of diversity and lack of plan for recruitment of diversity as outlined in the staff report for suggestion.
Perfect.
All those in favor? Oh, individual votes, please. We do have 2 trustees online.
Did I hear a second? I don't
Yes,
recall hearing a second.
Trustee Uchida is seconding.
Okay.
The yes would mean a denial of the petition charter renewal for the Big Sur Charter due to the lack of diversity and lack of plan for recruitment as diversity as outlined in the staff report. And should I do the roll call? Okay. So.
Madam Vice President, I think we need to do a roll call.
Thank you. So going down the line, Trustee Ofstedel?
Due to the recommendations in the staff report, I approve the denial.
Dr. Lusk?
As stated by Trustee Ofstel, I would also say yes to denying the approval.
Trustee Uchida?
My vote is a yes.
Trustee Velasquez?
I am going to abstain. I'm not comfortable voting either way at this time.
Thank you. And Trustee Jennings?
Sorry, I cannot vote. to deny that charter. So my vote would be no to your motion.
So we have let me count this, 1, 2, 3, 4 for a yes, 1 abstention, and 1 no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It still passes unanimously, right? Or not unanimously, but that still carries vote to pass. Lido?
To deny.
Yes, okay. So we have the enough votes to approve the denial for this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving to item 7I, discuss and approve the purchase of 4 2026 Bluebird BBCV 3310S school buses from A to Z Sales through a cooperative purchasing bid number 2963, cost not to exceed $910,851.76.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for getting the exact model number correct on the buses. This is an exciting item. Anytime we can get new equipment that will service our students. These buses will be replacing 4 existing buses, so these won't be adding to the fleet, but they'll be replacing 4 of our aging buses. Primarily, we have several buses that are on natural gas, which are problematic for us, so we'll be replacing, decommissioning those and replacing them with these 4 brand-new buses. And these are gas vehicles.
Any comment, questions from the board? All right, any comments from the public? Okay, move for motion.
Actually, wait, Veronica, sorry, I couldn't get my button pressed quick enough.
Sorry,
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead.
I just wanted to know, I know that we have, like some incentives in regards to for school districts when purchasing buses to go more towards electric or hybrid. So I just wanted to find out why we decided to just go with strictly gas.
It's a good question. We do have an electric fleet, and we go out for any grant that we can that will support that electric fleet. However, the range for electric buses, specifically even full-size buses, is very limited. And so we just don't get the range out of them that we need. So for example, we can't take our electric buses on field trips, those sorts of things, because they can't go the distance. And even some of our local routes, because of the distance that the buses have to travel, an electric bus isn't feasible. And it's really, the mileage rating on those is very contingent upon the load, if they're going up hills, those sorts of things. And so for this purposes, it was determined that gas buses would be the appropriate bus to replace the natural gas buses.
All right, thank you.
Moving back to motion. I'll go ahead and make motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Got a motion from myself and a second from Trustee Offsettle. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I got you, Tom. Motion passes 6-0. All right, moving on to item 7J, discuss and approve architectural agreements for modernization projects at Monterey, Seaside, and Marina High Schools.
Thank you. This was a long time coming. This process to select these architects took several months, and it started several months back with a request for proposal. We solicited for responses to architectural firms to submit their proposals for work for the district. We had over 20 responses to that. After that, we did evaluate those proposals, and we interviewed several firms that we thought were a good fit for the district. We narrowed those down, and then we had interviews with site leaderships at each of these high schools to figure out what would be the best fit for the architects for the work at each one. So going through all of that process, we did narrow down 3 architects to provide the modernization work. So PBK would be the architect for Monterey High School. NMR Architects would be for Seaside High School, and Finney Architects would be the architect for Marina High School. And those are the projects that the boards have recently approved for the full campus modernizations as part of Measure A.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? All right, moving for motion.
Madam Vice President, I move approval of the architectural agreements for modernization projects at Monterey Seaside and Marina High Schools.
I'll second.
We got a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Uchida. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Moving on to item 7K, discuss and accept the fiscal year 2026-2027 Child Care and Development Contract CSPP 630500 with the California Department of Education, an amended amount of $5,717,521.
Yes, this is a contract, and we have gotten this every year, and I'm proud of the work that we've done at in our preschool programs. And so this is a contract for a specific number of slots that we need to provide for our families, and this is for across multiple schools. We have now at Seaside Child Development Center, Monterey Child Development Center, Marina Child Development Center, and at our dual language preschool as well. And so this is a contract that we have to earn, so we have to continue to recruit and service the students, but we're confident that we can earn this, and I'm very proud of our team for their hard work.
Questions or comments from the board? Public comment from the public? Okay, moving for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Trustee Officer and a second from Dr. Lusk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Oppose? Okay, motion passes 6-0. Going the distance with item 7L, discuss and approve service agreement with Due Direction Solutions, LLC, DBA Pro Care Therapy to provide staffing services to special education students for the 2026-2027 cost not to exceed $143,315.43.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera could not be here this evening, so I'll take the next 3 items for her. These are all, the first one is services for the next school year for 26-27 related to contracting out for services for our students who require those services based on their IEP. And this is similar for the next 2 items as well.
All right, any questions or comments on the board? Comments from the public? And I'll move for a motion.
I so move.
We got a motion by Trustee Uchida, a second by Dr. Lusk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? And motion passes 6-0. Moving to item 7M, discuss and approve service agreement with Cop Health Medical Staffing to provide staffing services to special education students for 2026-2027, cost not to exceed $178,308.13.
Again, this is similar to the previous item. These are services required to fulfill requirements for the students who need these particular services based on their IEP.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Public comments? Moving for a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
A motion by Dr. Lusk and a second by Trustee Uchida. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Moving to item 7N, discuss and accept reapply to the California Department of Education Grant Award, Workability 1, July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, total grant award $132,120.
This is a grant that our special education department applies for each year and is typically awarded. It's a program that goes to support our special needs students with around areas of job training, those sorts of things.
Questions from the board? Comments? Public comments? All right, I will make a motion if someone would like to second.
I'll second.
All right, motion from myself and second from trustee Uchida. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There is no discussion of these items before the board vote unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the members of the governing board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended.
I move approval. Oh, no, wait, we're discussing.
Anyone would like to pull or have any questions on a specific item within the agenda? The consent agenda? Thank you. Any public comments? All right, I'll move for a motion.
I will now move approval of the consent agenda.
And I'll second.
Okay.
We have a motion from trustee Offset and a second for myself. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, getting down to information items. Item 9A, review and discuss draft 2026-2027 governance calendar.
Yes, we'd like to bring the governance calendar before the July 1 start, so as we pass the budget and begin the new fiscal year. So this is a draft, and it outlines kind of the high-level things in each area or department that we cover. It's some are very exact, like it must be approved by this date. Others are, this is when we generally bring it forward, but it can move, depending on if it's a heavy agenda, we might push it to the next, et cetera. But this gives both the board and the public kind of an outline of what's to come in terms of kind of a board calendar. This can change, and it has changed in the past, and so it's not by any means anything that needs to be set in stone, but it's something that we like to put out so that people can kind of expect and look forward to what might be coming in a future agenda item. It also helps staff keep on track as well.
All right, any questions or comments from the board?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
Madam Vice President and colleagues, if there are additions, Dr. Diffenbaugh, that we'd like to make to the calendar, when is the deadline to submit those? If we're going to bring it back to the next meeting, is that correct?
We'd like to bring it back to the next meeting, so if you could get us it in between, and then we can bring it forward. But even once it's approved, if there's something that the board would like to add, we could certainly do that as well.
One of the things that I am thinking of, I just will share this with colleagues, that, after our organizational meeting in December, that we perhaps plan a retreat for the new board members so that we can, a full day retreat. That's basically what I'm asking us to consider, because I think that's something that will help us to govern at a higher level of efficiency, and that's what I'm sure we're looking to do. So that's what I'm proposing, okay? Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'll move to public comment. Oh, Trustee Velasquez, thank you, Dr. Lusk. Go ahead, Trustee Velasquez.
Yes, I just had a question. Would we list Tab C on here in regards to the two, I guess, professional trainings they have for board members, the one in July every year and then the other in October? And I'm only asking that because I do see the Latino School Board Association on there also, so that's why I was asking.
That's something we could definitely add.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Velasquez. Public comment?
Una de las juntas Sé que habían hablado algo sobre el tiempo de los estudiantes en el monitor, pero hoy como que no escuché nada de eso. No sé si es un tema que se puede considerar para alguna reunión.
So in one of the previous session or meetings that we had, there was some consideration about time the students will spend with monitor. Is that something, I know it wasn't in the agenda today, is that something is going to be discussed anytime, on any other time?
Can you repeat with what?
El tiempo en las computadoras que pasan
Oh.
los estudiantes, algo de eso habían
So the time
comentado.
they spend in front of the monitor, like,
Computer screens. Got it.
IT, yeah, computer screens.
Sí, de que yo les
Yeah.
había comentado algo de que por qué no implementaban la lectura como antes en los libros, la escritura a mano y todo
So
eso.
going back, like implementing lots of reading from books and maybe using writing instead of like keyboards.
Porque estaban hablando del riesgo de que los estudiantes pasen mucho tiempo cerca de los monitores y yo también en lo personal de cómo le estaba afectando eso con la vista a mi hijo. Y algunos otros estudiantes creo que también tienen algunos problemas.
And it's also very important if we consider how can be affected vision-wise, because spending so much time in front of a computer can be detrimental and also affect my son, but I saw other students suffering from the same issue.
Si lo pueden considerar y traerlo a una de las reuniones, creo que sería muy bueno. Muchas gracias.
If you can consider it, maybe discussing over some other next meeting, that would be nice. Thank you.
Yep. So thank you for that, and we can certainly, right now, the agenda item has to do with the governance calendar. So we certainly, the public comment should have to do with this particular item on the governance calendar.
Sí, y cuando ellos tengan tiempo o crean que sea considerado hablar de ese tema, está bien.
If you think like in any time in the future, you can consider like discussing that item too.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
I have a question.
¿Cómo procesa el distrito cuando tenemos un comentario y queremos implementarlo en la agenda?
So what's the way for us, when we have like a comments, how can we have like implementing your agenda or in the agenda meeting?
¿Cuándo es el momento? ¿Cuándo es la
When is
hora?
the time? When is the time? The hour?
El detalle
Like specifically the date?
para poder aprender, porque eso es lo que yo estoy haciendo, tratando de entender un poquito más.
Because that's what I want to learn. I'm trying to learn and understand how it works.
Y quisiera saber cómo puedo traer cosas de la escuela aquí para poder trabajar con las familias en la escuela. Cosas de los estudiantes, las inquietudes.
So, and if I can bring to the table in representation of other families and other students too, things they need to be discussed or some kind of worries the family have.
¿Cuándo es el momento?
When is the moment?
¿Cómo se procesa?
How do we have to process that?
So we can follow up with you. We're not going to answer questions. In this setting isn't the time to answer questions. So we'll take down the questions and then we'll follow up with you.
Sí, porque estoy trabajando en 2 escuelas.
She's working into school, so she's
Y
wondering
necesito ver cómo están trabajando con
to
cosas.
see how to do the follow-up with them too.
Pero es muy grande el proceso.
But I know the process is very big.
So, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move to item 9B. Review and discuss May 2026 board policy mandates from the California School Board Association.
Yes, so as the board knows, we have a very thorough and I think strong board policy committee process, which we usually bring the board policy committees through that process, then comes to the board. Every now and then we get a update from CSBA that's up against a pretty specific timeline. And so these ones were part of the last batch, which were much larger, but these ones all have a July 1st deadline where they're supposed to be adopted by the board prior to July 1st. So that's why we're bringing it here as an information item, and then the goal would be to take questions input and bring it back as an action item at the next June meeting in order to get it approved by the July 1st deadline. So this is a little bit out of step with our normal process, but the reason for it is we got them pretty close to the date. And we did check with CSBA, and they said, you know, if you can't get it done, you can't get it done, but best practice is to try to get it done before the deadline. So that's why we're bringing it forward kind of out of step with our normal process. Only these 6, however.
Questions or comments from the board? Question or comments from the public? Oh, Trustee Velasquez, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Okay, so I had a question regarding, let me scroll back up. Do I have the right one? Yes. So in regards to the weather safety, the BP 5141.75, my question was, we have the section that references sun safety, but I was wondering, do we already have a policy just referencing in regards to heat? And I'm only asking that because if we have students, special needs students that say are prone to seizures, heat is a big issue for them. You know, not being like in a stuffy area, or just even being outside, you know, keeping them cool or shaded. So I was wondering if we already had policy regarding not necessarily sun exposure, but heat in regards to, you know, classrooms being overheated because it's hot outside, or just the student themselves being overheated.
Let us look, that's a good question. Let us look into that, and we can provide an update to you. I do know we have kind of general safety protocols in place, but in terms of a policy, I would just have to double check that.
Oh, all right, thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my buttons.
All right, moving to item 10, communication from board members. Board communication is an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communications they deem relevant to the public. It is understood that items raised during the board communication sections are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur on any items shared by board members. So communications from the board. I'll go ahead and start with Trustee Uchida.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Real quick, I attended the dedication to the Gloria Jean Tate Park playground, and I want to give a shout out to the city of Marina and their rec commission and all the other people that were involved. It was referenced that a lot of thought was way back, and Terry Sechrist was very much one of the early proponents to get this going. The city of Marina and their companies that they used did a fantastic job. So hopefully our students at someday can take a field trip and enjoy the activities there. So a shout out to them. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee Uchida, for sharing that. I was unable to go, but it's nice to know that it was an excellent event. Just kudos to the graduation ceremonies and promotions, just incredible. We've outgrown, many of our middle schools have kind of outgrown our facilities. So I'm looking forward to what staff is going to propose for next year for Seaside Middle in particular, and actually the Olson Elementary 6th grade promotion outgrew their multipurpose room. It was, community engagement was phenomenal, and so I'm excited about next steps and what we're going to do to accommodate more parents, because I truly hate the fact that we have to say you only get 10 tickets or 15 tickets to attend celebrations, because we know it takes the whole village to really bring about that success for our children. But thank you, staff, great job. And I've not fully recuperated, but I'm almost there. Thank you.
I just want to echo Dr. Lusk's sentiments. Thank you to all of the teachers and staff that made the recommitment and graduation ceremonies happen. And also a huge shout out to the teachers for making it through that last week, because I know it's always hard. So that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings, any board communications? Trustee Velasquez, any board communications?
Yes, yes. Okay, so yes, I have to reiterate what both Trustee Ostetto and Dr. Lusk have stated. Graduation is one of my favorite times of year. I love the student speeches. Even, you know, a couple that made me tear up. So I really, really, really enjoyed it. I also got to attend the Tayemba Black student graduation, and I loved that event also. And let's see here. So those were in regards to the two things I got to attend. The first thing I have is I attended something, it's called the Cal Able program, and it's for the parents of special needs children. And it's basically, it was a workshop in regards to setting up accounts for them for later on. So types of savings accounts. I did go ahead and forward that information to Dr. Diffenbaugh. So if any of our special need parents would like that information, maybe that could be pushed out to them. And then also, there is a program by the name of, it's called a Youth on Course. It's a nonprofit organization that provides year-round access to golf courses nationwide for $5 or less. They even offer a scholarship, and it's for students ages 6 to 18. So I will get that sent over also to Dr. Diffenbaugh. And then I wanted to announce that we are currently, in regards to the prom drive, working on developing a relationship with a local business by the name of Fashion Trade to possibly become a consignment for some of our formal wear pieces that will, if this goes through or if this works out, it would actually start a sort of budget for the prom drive the year prior. So I will keep the board updated on that. And of course, we are now, because we have the storage at the Marshall Elementary School, I have already started receiving donations of formal wear. And that is all for my communications.
Thank you, Trustee Velasquez. Communications for myself, just really want to thank the district for all the hard work when it comes to graduations and commencements. It is a huge effort. It was great to see the staff there with the hats, the staff t-shirt. I did grab a hat or staff t-shirt, so if you're down one count, that's me. And I really enjoyed the DLAMP promotion as well in the high schools, Central Coast, seeing those teen parents walk across the stage together with their child. It was very, very touching. As a former teen mom myself, and thinking of the photo I have with my daughter in high school at graduation, it was a special moment that we actually do serve so many different unique families and community members. And that's why it's so important for us, right, to make sure that anyone that comes into our district meets those requirements as well. And thinking of my daughter, she's graduating. Former Monterey High graduate is now graduating from UC Davis this Saturday. Very proud of her. She held all A's throughout her entire time there. So I'm excited about that very much. Thank you. And yeah, and just I want to thank our continued consistency from our community members that attend every night. Civic engagement is very important, but it's also, there's a lack of understanding and learning opportunities in regards to civic engagement for our community. So I'll have a board request as we move forward, but just want to thank our community members that always come and show up. And we are here. Definitely reach out to us as we can answer a lot of your questions before or after the meetings. Thank you. And then I'll go ahead and move to board request from board members. Board requests are an opportunity for board members to request future items to be added to the agenda by the agenda setting committee, or to request information to be provided by the superintendent or designee to the board as a future date and time. It is understood that items raised during the board request sections are not to be adopted agenda, not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur on any items requested by board members. Board requests from board members. And I'll go ahead and start back with Trustee Uchida.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I do have a request, and I think this is the time and place for it. I would love to see us look at possibly having an athletic trainer, especially for football season. And I mean, the best scenario would be for the athletes in general, but during football season, it's so crucial that these kids get proper athletic coaches, you know, bless their hearts, you know, they're trying to do their best, but, you know, sticking to the X's and the O's, but not worried about sprained ankles and other things, where other sites, other high schools have the capacity, either built in because of the staff that are on board at their sites, but at Marina High, we don't have that luxury. And I just noticed how many kids are needing those kind of services. So if that's something that possibly can be looked into.
Question, please. Go ahead. So, Trustee Uchida, are you saying a district-wide trainer? You know, asking the staff to look into a district-wide athletic trainer? Is that what you're asking? Or maybe I just want to understand. Yeah.
District-wide, meaning their services are used throughout the district?
Right, for all schools, for all high schools?
See, most, I mean.
Just asking.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just thinking though, if I look at Monterey High, they have, you know, Dr. Romero, and I believe they have a sports medicine program there too that may provide some athletic training services. I know Seaside High has had, well, they had, yeah. So, I mean, I think something that, you know, if we can look into, then maybe at sites that need athletic directors or athletic trainers. I'm sorry, not directors. But.
Thank you. That's why I needed clarification. So, thank you.
I just, can I expand? I just think it's, you know, we're doing a disservice to our teams, you know, our coaches, and, you know, they do a ton of work already. And also, can I also, just made me think about this. So in years past, and this is way back, this goes back when I was coaching, the district actually provided a district-sponsored, and I think it was an agreement through CHOMP, that they did a relatively, you know, not in depth, but a sports medicine clinic that the district sponsored, as well as the community hospital. Maybe that's something we can look into, and also just make, you know, open communication that much better.
Thank you. So I would support that.
Dr. Lesk, any requests?
Yes, I know we have an excellent 7-Eleven advisory committee, and they are doing some great work. And I would just like to ask the superintendent what his timeline, what are you thinking as far as when they might come and bring a report? And I leave that to you, but I think that's something that the board would benefit from hearing, the work that they've done thus far and what have you. So I would like to see us hear from them on a scheduled basis sometime in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ostero. Thank you. Trustee Jennings. Thank you. And Trustee Velasquez, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yes, I just have one request, and this is concerning graduation. I'm wondering if we could possibly, I know we, of course, already work with law enforcement when it comes to having our graduations at the fairgrounds, but if we could possibly work with them in regards to possibly designating crossing areas, because there were so many near misses the day of graduation, that Friday, especially for the three after, like, not the morning one per se, Seaside, but the three graduations after. People were walking in between moving vehicles to where you would see people slamming on their brakes. People were falling out into the street in big groups, like, to give each other hugs and things like that. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to possibly put something on the sidewalks and then create designated crossing areas, because it was so dangerous. I want to say having to leave between the last two graduations, it literally took me 40 minutes to go to Dollar Tree and back driving. Like, that was how bad it was. And then even speaking with some of our Monterey law enforcement that were trying to direct traffic, they were so flustered and frustrated. And, then also seeing some of the near misses and having to tell people, no, you have to get on the sidewalk. And so I'm just wondering if there's something that we can possibly do just to make that event even more safe, being that we're having all four of the high school graduations there, because it was nail biting being in that traffic. And that's my only request.
Thank you. I can support that as well. All right. So I know we had our primary elections just last week, and wanted just to give an update on that. Just in regards to voter turnout, we had less than like 28% of Monterey County that came and voted. I know it's the primaries, not as high as a thing, but as we're continuing thinking about civic engagement and getting folks, involved in our local community needs, just thinking about that, and it ties into like just maybe the request. I know we've done other community workshops. If we can maybe do something about like civic engagement 101 training, maybe per focus on school boards, and showing our constituents and community on like the ins and outs of being a responsibly civic engagement person here at the board meetings, like knowing when to give public comment, knowing what type of questions to ask. I think we heard that a lot throughout this meeting, and I think that would actually help us support more efficiency as we move forward in our board meetings. So thinking of how cool that would be, like a civic engagement 101. But yes, that is my request. The other request I had was just, I'm trying to recall, because I want to say we did have this fairly recent presentation on third grade reading levels. I was really impressed by Cresta and Marcy's updates on that one LCAP goal. So we'd like to see that, and maybe some specifics on second graders, and like what's that final effort that we do as they get to third grade to make sure they meet those reading goals. And that is all. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move to item 12, advanced planning. Future meeting is June 23rd, 2026, regular meeting, District Service Center here. And moving to item 13, adjournment. To adjourn the meeting, can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
A second.
We got a motion from Trustee Offsettle and a second from Trustee Jennings. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, and we are closed. Thank you all very much.